What's up, everybody? In this video, we're going to be working on a ClickUp analytics dashboard for lead gen agency. So let me go ahead and share my screen and we'll get started on this. And so this is what we've currently got. I've taken out some of my clients, but like if we were to go back over here, we can see an engaged lead by the date that they responded. And if we just keep going back, because I have not ran any campaigns in a very, very long time, right? So these are, we're going all the way back to March, right? So inside March, we're able to see, so we've got all these positive replies that are coming from our Smart Lead account. And so having a system like this allows us to keep track of it. And if I were to expand this, we're then able to see all of our clients at that point, right? So like at the point, in fact, I can actually just expand it because I didn't have most of the clients I have now at this time. So as you can see, like no positive replies for any of these clients because at the time we were not working with them. So actually, I think it is filtered out. Yeah, this is even if they were, the actual filter for this is only showing my stats. So never mind on that. Anyways, let us move on. So this next one over here also filtered out. It's helping us um visualize our campaign data forecast. This one is also filtered out to just show 3 clients, to show you like what it looks like with the different clients. So one of them, the domain setup is completed. If we were to click on this, we're able to see, the actual domains themselves. So actually I can hide this. Like we're going to be revamping all of this to make it actually like useful. We're able to search for email one. I think is like, we can do email one, and then email two, and then we can have even more things, right? But like this email is associated to this over here, and if we were to go to the one that needs to be added to the admin console, I need to add these ones over here to the admin console, right? And then these ones are already added to the admin console. We're also able to track like how those are performing, and then we've got the campaign section, and then we've got this over here. And so this is really like visual stuff. I want to make it into something that is a lot more actionable. And so let me pull up a Google Doc and we'll get started on this. So this Google Doc, we've already worked on it in a different YouTube video, which I will show you. This was the video where we were talking about how I want to build my agency to 50K per month with 0 employees. And so I'm pulling it up right here, and then we'll get started working on it. Boom. So share screen again, and then boom, we've got it over here. So this is the document that we had worked through, and we had determined that we need to get 8 clients, 8 to 16 clients at the 3 to 6K per month rate. We need good results and we need consistent results. And these were the actionables that we needed to set up. So we needed playbooks, we needed tables, we needed templates, we needed all of these different things to ensure that we can work for 2 to 5 hours per week on client stuff. And obviously, I'm working on these things as well. And by the way, this is the video and where it can be found. So it's right here, 50K per month with 0 employees. And so we're going to be working on that. But the focus for this is going to be on an actual analytics dashboard to keep us accountable to doing these different things. And so I'm going to add a new section over here. And this new section is basically going to be like, how do we keep ourselves accountable to meeting these things? So it's going to be horizontal line. And then we say accountability slash analytics, right? So analytics. And what this means is that like if we look at this document, right, we need to create 12 new campaigns, and we need to create 12 new campaigns within the first 2 weeks. And so inside our master dashboard over here, instead of just having visual things that we're looking at, we need to be able to see the analytics we need to be able to see how many campaigns are being created, and we need to be able to see that it is it is within the due date, and the due date would be within 2 weeks, right? And so that's an example of an analytics dashboard. And so thinking of all the things, right? So we need good results. So we need to bring this back. So good results, and they need to be consistent results. We're going to make this a larger heading. And so let's make this heading 1, right? Maybe like heading 2, right? So heading 2, and then we need to bring this back, right? So good results, consistent results. That's what we want. But we also want plus great, good client comms. Right, so we will just add this as a bonus, right? Because if we communicate with clients, we let them know what's happening. They'll usually want to stick around with us, and so good client comms. And so, looking at these things, we need to create 12 new campaigns, and I will open up my ClickUp dashboard over here. I will show you the campaign section over here. So it's going to be inside here. And by the way, I've created a video on that. So if you were like Control F, search for campaigns, boom, I've created a bunch. I've even got like a creating automations live, right? And so with these with these automations and the things that we've already done, we are able to reference it here so we can create analytics for them. And so this is the actual build out process. And so when we're talking about create 12 new campaigns within the first 2 weeks, those would be in the tasks section. And on that point, we should have a due date section because we currently don't have any due dates for this. And so we should have a due date, right? And the due date should reflect what we're trying to work on, right? So we add a due date over here, and it's going to keep us accountable to ensuring that we're doing everything correctly. And then once the campaigns go live, so we've got all of this stuff going on, we go through the process, and then when it's active, it's then added to the Smart Lead status. And by the way, we added it to the Smart Lead account over here. And once it's there, we can then start to view some analytics for the actual campaign. And so we can start to look at the analytics, which is what we're going to be leveraging inside the master dashboard to see if the analytics are meeting our KPIs. And so we need to, so Control Shift 8, we need to ensure, right? And by the way, if we were to search Alex Hormozi, golden BBs is what he calls it, golden BBs. Do they have an image? Anyways, they don't. But I think this illustrates the point, right? It's not about silver bullets; it's about golden BBs. So it's like there's no one secret to do everything, right? You need to create everything that needs to work all together all the time, right? Just doing the basics over and over and over and over and over. And so this is what we're doing, the basics, right? Ensuring, and honestly, simply fulfilling on the basics, right? Simply fulfilling on the basics. And so over here, simply fulfilling, yeah, sure. Simply, so ensure that all campaigns are created within the due dates. Right? And so we go back to the analytics. So we go to the tasks. Let's go ahead and set all of these to be actually not like that. So we're going to set half of these, and we're going to set half of these to a due date that is in the future. So that's going to be Saturday. And then we're going to set the other half to a due date that is in the past, ensuring that they're overdue, right? And allowing us to track that, right? So set dates, and the date is going to be on Tuesday, right? So these are overdue essentially. Cool. So we can now see how all of this would look um, in an actual like work setting. And so we need that to be reflected, right, inside the dashboard, so that we know when we need to focus on campaigns. And so the way that I would actually like to display it, so we'll come back to these dashboards. Let's add a card, and there's many things that we can do to actually display these analytics. I really like the idea of a list view. So sorry, I really like the idea of I like the idea of being able to work in one dashboard without needing to go anywhere else. And because if a campaign is overdue, all we need to do is simply just work on it. We don't need visuals for that. We just need to work on it. And so the way I'm going to do it, I'm going to do a table, and then this is going to be a task list, and then inside the task list we're going to be searching for over here, so campaigns, and we're going to be grouping the campaigns by the client. So that's going to be the drop down. It's going to be grouped by the client. Is that how we currently have it? No, we currently have it grouped by the status. Uh, Maybe we'll do it like that. So grouped it. We can fix it later. So we'll just group it by the status. Include closed. Well, we wouldn't really need to do the close, right? We would just be working on the ones that are in the actual setup process. And what we're looking for, actually, is there a way to group by due date? Yeah, group by due date. Add a card. And so over here, yeah, so we've got a bunch of overdue campaigns, right? And so these are due in the future, but these are due right now. And so the only concern that I have, no, we're able to work through them over here. The only concern I have is like it's so much easier to actually work in this section over here. So maybe we want to be able to just redirect to this page over here, as opposed to working through it over here in this section. Unless we did it like this. Like if we did it like this, yeah, no, I don't like this. Because we want to be able to see like the actual things going on, right? So here's what we'll do instead. We'll do a visual perspective. So the visual is going to be uh we want to, honestly, I want to split it by the client. So splitting it by the client, the best way to do that is the bar chart. Or should we do the pie chart? Because the pie chart, no, we want to do a bar chart. And then it's going to be in the campaign section over here. So the bar chart in the campaign section, the x-axis is going to be the actual client themselves so that we can see them. We're going to filter it out by a Fonto and Blue Signal for now. And then the x-axis is going to be the tasks. Yeah, it's going to be the tasks, and then we're going to group them. Are we able to group them by the due date? We are. This is interesting. I've never done this before. So all available days by days. All right, let's see this. I've never actually done it like this. Include closed, show archived. Okay, this is cool. So like this, we're able to see. I want to show the legend. So show legend. We're able to see that these ones are due on the 6th, and then these ones are due on the 8th. Yeah, no, not. I want to be able to see like uh whether it's like overdue or not overdue. So all available dates, choose rolling period this week, this month, this year, range. So time range this year, this month, this week, by days, group by status, status type. This is new. Status type. What is a status type? This didn't used to be here, so it's not started active. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is new. It didn't used to be here. So status type, tag, assignee, priority, priority, drop down, rating, date. Okay, so we need to group it by the tag, and we need to save this. And then it's all of these are going to be no tags. And so we're going to have to add another automation. And this automation is basically going to say when due date arrives. So when due date arrives, when due date arrives, and status is not any of done. What is done? Or information. We want to add a tag that says overdue, right? So change tags, and then we add the tag which says overdue, overdue. This is going to allow us to easily, it's going to allow us to easily uh, monitor this. So add tag overdue, right? So boom, this is good. And then when the task is created, right? So create, well, technically we don't need to add a tag. So these ones, right? Because the due date has already arrived, these ones would have the tag called overdue, which we want to change the color for. So these ones would have the tag called overdue. And so inside the master dashboard over here, we're going to basically just group them by the tag and then filter. Tag is not set, or tags is overdue. So boom. And so with this, we're able to see how many are overdue, and then how many have no tags. Now, what we're able to see, we're able to see the task. So due date, we want to see that. We don't need to see the client because we already see the client over here. And then generate campaign. Do we need to see the status? Not really. None of this stuff matters. The only thing we want to see is that. And so why am I not being able to see anything? So customize. I mean, it is accurate, right? We should have 3, but something's happening where it doesn't want for me to see. Expand all. Right. It's just wanting to be weird. I'm gonna say it's a bug. Okay, so this is basically monitor um monitor campaign completion. Now, the only concern I have is so monitor campaign completion. Right? We want to change this overdue tag to be red. Right? Just make that red. The concern that I have with this automation is that it does not uh honestly, I think this is it. This is fine. Let's also remove the tags. So whenever it moves to closed, so active. So it's SOP add campaign. That's our lead. Add playbooks, which is fine. Yeah, they recently just changed their thing. So generate campaign copy. Add campaign to smart lead. Yeah. Create copy spin tags, playbook. Add client before moving. Status. Add playbooks before. Add campaigns to smart lead. This is going to basically just be like tag. So change tags, remove overdue tag. And this is going to happen when the status changes from export, import, add campaign, and it goes to done, right? And we don't need this over here. And email 1 is set, email 2, 1111, sure. Remove this tag. SOPs, active status. And then we duplicate that. And now the tag is going to get removed. And so over here, we're able to see how many are overdue and how many have no tags. Therefore, we can work on it. I mean, is there a way for me to just create like a tiny little table that just tells me like, this is how many, right? So same thing, we go to the campaign section over here, and then I want to group it by none, and then I just want to see, yeah, I think this should be fine. You see, this is the main problem. I don't want to see all of this stuff over here. I just want to be able to see like, these are the campaigns and these are the due dates. And if that's not the case, sprints, then I think we might just go with this. So priorities, goals, tables, task list. Okay, we're gonna go with this. And so this is going to solve that thing. So ensure that campaigns are created within the due dates. And then it keeps us on track. We can also add notifications, but that's for another time. Right now, we just want to create a dashboard that helps us visualize these things. So boom, we've got that over here. So monitor campaign completion. Um, and then we want to make sure that the campaigns are actually added, which we've already done in another automation. We also want to make sure that campaigns are added on a weekly basis, which we have also done in another automation. And so now we're basically going to get brand new campaigns whenever a client is moved to the active status. And then once they are in the active status, as we continue the engagement, we're going to be sending more and more campaigns throughout the time. And this right here is going to allow us to stay on top of that by letting us know whether we are overdue or not overdue. And then using this information over here, we're going to be able um, to stay on top of that. So boom, we are ensure that all campaigns are created and completed within the specified due dates. Speaking on that, I should also add a due date section, right? Because I don't currently have a due date section. So inside the creating campaigns automation, so it's create new task for email campaigns, and then the other one is called create new weekly task for user. We don't currently have any due dates, right? And so these due dates should be 2 weeks after the person has been created. And so let's set up a due date over here. Um, do they allow all formats? I'm not sure. Anyways, I think we should be fine. So we basically want to get the created date, and then we want to add 2 weeks to that. So let's do this here. So add days, and then we want to add 14 days to the created date. So create date is where? So date created, we want to add 14 days to that, right? And then we want to do that for all of these different campaigns. And so every single one of these campaigns that we're creating are going to be 2 weeks after the person has been onboarded. But if it takes us 3 weeks to, like, if it takes us 3 days to set up the actual domains, then that means that we may only get a week and a half to actually complete this. And so the due date is going to is going to depend on when we onboarded them to begin with. And typically the thing is created when we onboard a client. So due date is where? It's right here. And then we just need to do that for all 6 of these. Once we've done that, now we can be sure that we're going to accomplish the goal. So remember, the goal is creating 12 campaigns within the first 2 weeks of onboarding the client. And now we have the campaigns created the moment that we move them to the active status. And now we're also able to track the due date of those campaigns, ensuring that we can also track it in our dashboards. And so within the first 2 weeks of onboarding this client, we can track the status of the campaigns. Are we overdue? Are we completing them on time? And we have all of that stuff with the tags and all of that. So boom, we've got all of the due dates set up. And then on a weekly basis, we create brand new campaigns. And these new campaigns on a weekly basis are going to have a due date of 3 days, right? So once it's created, when do we create this? We create this each Saturday at 8 a.m. So it's actually going to have a due date of 2 days. So we add another 2 days, and then it's going to be now. So when we create the brand new campaign tasks, we're going to set them to now, and then the due date is going to be 3 days from now. So we give ourselves 3 days on the weekend to create all of the campaigns. But it's obviously super, super simple because we already have all of this automated, right? It's like all of the emails, they come up automated with all of the playbooks that we've created. And for anyone who's curious, like over here, I created a bunch of videos how to create 10 to 12, 20 campaigns per hour. And so all we need is just playbooks, plop that in there, the email comes up automated, right? And so now we're just keeping ourselves accountable to ensure that we're creating those on time. And so, boom, I think this first section is good. So all the campaigns are created. The next thing is registering domains. And so we should probably add that here. So boom, we've got that over here. And so ensure that all campaigns are created and completed within the specified due dates. And so I think we can probably check this off because all of the automations and operations are set up to accomplish this goal. And so we can go ahead and check that off. The next one over here is domain setup, right? So ensure that all domains are created and completed within the specified due dates. Honestly, it's the same thing, right? Which is hilarious. So within the specified due dates. um, okay, so that actually makes it easy. So campaign completion. So campaign completion. And then we want to just duplicate this. And then we want to do this to be domain completion. So domain completion. And then we want to go to the domain section over here. So instead of just looking at the campaigns, we're also going to look at the domains to see whether they are completed. And over here, we're actually going to get a lot more clients. Let's look at Team Epic because I know we have some that are not completed, right? And so all of these should be no tags. Not sure why I'm not seeing anything for Afonto. Tag is not set or tag is overdue. So let's look at the domains, right? So inside the domain section, we've got Afonto. These don't have any tags though. Oh, but they are completed, right? And this is a matter of ensuring that we are okay. So these are completed, so we're good with regards to this client. And so the question is what honestly, I do kind of like the idea of having all my clients in one simple view like this. The only question I have is there a way to hide a client, right? So show average, group by tag. Is there a way to say client is not Afonto? If I were to do that, would that essentially, no, it doesn't do that. So it shows all my clients regardless, right? Which I don't think it's a problem. I don't think it's a problem. But we basically just want that, right? So they're not completed. So they would be in here, which is the 2. But now we want to add some due dates for that. So same thing over here. We want to add the column for the due dates. This is something that we don't currently have. We currently just kind of do it as we see fit. And so I think having due dates and assigning that is going to go a very long way. And so I'm going to actually save this, just protect view, and then we're going to do it again. Wait, that's weird. We just lost the due date the moment I did that. So we come back over here, we find the due date. So the due date, we're going to plop that in here. And then inside this section over here, we're going to protect the view, right? To ensure that the due date is set up properly. And so we've got the due dates over here, and this is great, right? And so we actually want to replicate those automations that we previously had in the other section so that we can easily track the due dates and map them to the different statuses, ensuring that within the first 2 weeks, the domains are created in a timely manner. And so we go back over here, since we've already actually created the automations, we go to the campaigns section over here, and we want to add these tags automatically depending on whether the due dates are on time or not. And so we go over here, we go to due date. Sorry, not due date. We want to go to, it's actually the bottom automation, right? So it's right here. When due date arrives and status is not any of, actually we could just duplicate this in a different location. So duplicate to a different location, and that different location is going to be the domains section. So we duplicate that to the domains section, and then inside the domain section, we come back here. Is it going to refresh the page for us, or what's going to happen? So we come back here. All right, let's refresh the page. So inside the domain section, after we've duplicated it, we are going to get the opportunity to that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. So did it get duplicated or what? It says as add tag overdue. Do we have that? No, we don't even have that, so it didn't work. So we want to actually duplicate to a different location. We want to duplicate it over to the domain section, and then we want to click duplicate domain. Okay, so this is working now. So when due date arrives and status is not any of closed, and the done is domains deactivated, which is also fine. So if it's deactivated, that's fine. All of these, no. So we need to do that, add the tag. So add tag overdue. And then we also want to, similar to how we did it in the campaign section over here, we want to basically, whenever a new task is created, we, no, sorry, whenever it goes to active, we do that. And so I think I actually already have an SOP for that. So the domain setup, add users to admin console. I don't think I actually have it actually. So yeah, never mind. Let's do it like this. So boom, duplicate it to the current location, and then over here it's from whenever this goes from users added to admin. Honestly, whenever it goes from any of these, right? Because sometimes what happens is that we work with vendors, and those vendors, you can literally just set up everything for you, and you don't even have to do anything. So in that case, we want to take everything into account. So and also in those cases, we don't need the DKIM key. We don't need the email. Oh, actually, we do want the email. Custom field email one. We do want to see that, because regardless of the vendor, we're going to need to have that. We're also going to want to have the client, right? So that's a good point. Regardless of the vendor, we're going to have a client, right? Is set. We're also going to want to have platform. So domain, another custom field. We're going to want to have a domain platform, right? So this is set, right? So if all of these conditions are set, we want to make the tag go away. So change tags, and then we want to remove the tag called overdue. Boom. So we remove the overdue tag, and then boom. So we do that, and then we do domain setup moved step 6 moved to active, right? So boom, we're done there. So from here, now we can get the same thing to happen. And by the way, we're going to actually do, so client, we're going to add this where it's I've got 2 clients where I need to set up some actual domains. So status is is any of these. So status is any of these is not a Fonto. Yeah, because I've got some clients, right? So I've got actually these are already set up. These are already set up, so we don't yeah, we don't need these, we don't need any of these. Okay, so we can just move these to the active status because these are set up. And like we're gonna be automating that process. And that's what I was talking about, right? Because if you're using some resellers, they could just take you from 0 to 1 in like a second. Okay, so we've got these ones over here. We're going to set up these due dates, right? So this to this, we're going to set up the due dates to being so the due dates are going to be all the way back in the 4th, so 2 days ago. And then this due date is going to be to sometime in the future, right? So this is going to be the 8th, so Saturday. And then same thing. So we add the tags. These ones are overdue clearly. And so the tag is going to be set tag overdue, and then boom. And so from here, when we refresh the page, we're not showing all the clients. So we should show all the clients. Let me do that. So, and also, I wonder if it's showing. So tags is overdue or tags is not set. We can also add that other client, which is PDQ. So it's not going to show any of the closed tasks. We're only going to be looking at the ones that have tags. And boom. So this looks good. This is perfect. So this is what I'm talking about, right? So we've got 5 domains that need active support, right? So they don't have any tags. And then we have these ones that are overdue. And so anything that is overdue needs immediate attention, right? And so domain completion. And so we can actually do something like this where we get the domain completion along with the registered domains and their statuses. And so something like this can actually help us track the domain completion tasks. We can have it 50-50, right? So this can help us track the domain completion tasks. And then this can help us analyze the domain's health in general, right? So domain setup complete, Team Epic, we've got this one, which is also analyzing the stats. And then we've got this one, which is letting us know that it's deactivated. Right? These don't tell us anything about the domain health. They just tell us that we have XYZ number of domains, and this is the statuses of those different domains, right? And so, with that in mind, do we want to have a way to track the quality of the domains? Because this is only telling us, hey, we've got 30 domains over here, and with these 30 domains, we've got these different users over here with these different statuses, but it doesn't tell us how does this relate to the smart lead percentages. How does this relate to the deliverability metrics? How does this relate to honestly, this is probably a problem for a different time. This is probably a problem for a different time. Right now, we basically we got a target right here, which is 30 domains. Right, we've registered the domains, and then we keep track of them and how these domains are performing. So I think right now we're fine. And then the campaign completion, this is going to help us stay track of the campaign tasks. We're going to duplicate this, right? Actually, I don't think we even need to duplicate it, right? So we've got all campaigns, and this is going to be synced from our Smart Lead account. And so we're going to be able to see the campaigns that are being actively worked on. And I'll actually add some more clients over here. So we'll do a Fonto. We'll do We'll do Team Epic. We'll just do 2 clients for now. And then we will remove this filter over here, which is hiding the clients. We'll do that. And then from here, we're able to see the different campaigns for the different people, right? So these are active campaigns. On a second thought, right? Because when we click on this active, it shouldn't be showing this. It should actually be showing the analytics of the campaigns, right? Because we do have that. We do have the analytics that we can leverage in this section. So, like for example, the positive count, we can plot that here. So positive, yeah. So positive, like we can see all of the positive counts, the analytics, all of them inside this section. And so what this is showing is the tasks, so the campaign tasks along with, so I'm actually going to split this into 3 parts. So this one is going to be campaign tasks, and then this one is going to be campaign analytics, right? So this is just telling us how many tasks and campaigns we have, and then we're going to duplicate this a third time. And this time around, we're going to be focusing on um, analytics. So smart lead statuses. And so if a campaign is archived, if a campaign is anything of that nature, we're going to be doing that. So group by, instead of grouping by the status, we're going to be grouping by the smart lead status. And so when we click like this, now we're able to see that we've got all of these statuses. So some of these are completed, some of these are drafted, and then we've got one that's active. And then we've got these ones that are 3 paused, 1 archived, 1 empty. And all of this actually does align with what we have in our Smart Lead account, which I can actually show you in a second here. So I've just pulled up my Smart Lead account. We've got 4 campaigns for Afonto. When we go to the actual dashboard over here, we've got 5 campaigns. 1 is paused, 1 is archived, 1 is empty. I know why it's empty. So we need to actually add an additional filter, which is going to be called status is not information. And so we have some information tasks that we don't want to have show up over here. And so which one is the empty one? Why is it saying empty? Oh, okay, so I got it. So this is right. So we need to actually remove this. So the status is closed. So the status needs to be closed because of that. That's how we've set it up. And so when we do that and we apply that status, now we've got 4. So we've got 3 that are paused, 1 that is archived. That's all matching with what we've got over here. Actually, 1 completed. I'm gonna have to double check on how all of these are working. But we can see that this is accurately reflected, and when we click on these, we're able to see further analytics. And in fact, we'll actually just work on that real quick. So we've got the client. We don't need to see the client because we can already see that over here. We do want to have the smart lead status. We don't want to see the assignee. We don't want to see the due date either. But we do want to see some analytics. So the key analytics that I want to see is the positive count. I also want to see the uh, 1 count. It's called transferred count. So transferred count. Honestly, I think that's it, right? So like how many people have honestly, let's also do another one, which is like reply count. So reply count. So how many people have replied? How many of those replied have been positive? How many of them have been transferred? And so the status, we can already see that here. Yeah, so we don't need the status. We want to see the smart lead status. That's fine. Do we even need to see the smart lead status? We do not, because all of this is already visually available for us, right? So I can see that this is 1 in 53, and so we've got replies, we've got the positives. 1 in 53 is reflecting to positive to email sent ratio, and then we can see the positive do that, and then we can see the transferred count. And so I think this is all we need, right? So let's actually make this smaller so that it's easier to reference. Hey, Rhonda, how's it going? I'm not sure when that message came through, but I hope is there a way to get like sound notifications, sound community modifications, modification activity, timestamps? I will have to figure that out. If you're here, Rhonda, how are you doing? So cool. So we've got the reply, we've got the positive, we got the transferred count. And then from here, we're going. So this is great. So this is great. This is for the tasks. So this is, we're not even going to call this. So this is going to be smart lead campaigns is what we're going to call it. So smart lead campaigns. So campaigns that are already inside smart lead, and we want a minimum of one that is active. And then this one is going to be campaign tasks. So the creation of campaigns. So for those of you who may be unaware, we are creating campaigns from ClickUp, and we go through a bunch of different statuses: choose campaign playbook, generate campaign copy, create copy, spin tags, and then finally we add the campaigns to Smart Lead. And all of this is automated, leveraging AI on the back end to come up with the different messages that we can leverage. We also use playbooks to come up with the copy for us. And so these playbooks have different instructions that inform the AI on what it needs to do. And so that's the tasks. And so I'm going to call this campaign tasks. Um, I'm good. I'm good, Randa. Do you use Smartly? Do you use ClickUp? Do you use any of these tools that I'm referring to? So campaign tasks over here. Inside the campaign tasks, we're going to be um, checking for the status, right? So we just want to see like, so over here, so we can actually just call it campaign tasks, and then this is going to be due date. So this is going to be searching for the due date, and it's going to tell us whether the campaign tasks are overdue or not overdue. And then this one over here is going to be searching for the campaign task statuses, right? And so that's awesome. That's awesome. And this is what I'm building, right? So all of these, by the way, they're coming from Smart Lead, right? So like all, I use Smart Lead as well. And so these automations and operations that I'm building are leveraging Smart Lead. And what we're trying to do is literally just operationalize that so that we can create as many campaigns for our clients really, really quickly, efficiently, and deliver good results. And so that's what I'm doing inside this video, essentially, right? Just trying to improve those operations. And so boom, 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 we've got all of that: campaign tasks, due date, campaign tasks, statuses. And so from here, we want to actually add an additional filter, which is going to allow us to exclude that. So status is not active. So if the status is not active, it's going to, so these ones, if you recall, we checked for only the active. Um, and so yeah, it says choose campaign playbook, which accurately reflects what we've got over here. So campaign one, this is currently in choose campaign playbook, and then we've got a bunch of these ones over here, which are the blue signal ones, right? And I'll actually just move them to like export and import lists, right? So that we've got some varying levels of statuses that we can look at. And so this one is going to be add campaign to Smart Lead. Because of the way that I've just moved these around, they're not going to be triggering any automations. The automations usually trigger when you move it from status to status to status to status, not how I did it. And so when we go here, we're going to filter by blue signal. We're going to add them here as a client so that we can see how all of this is going to look. And so boom. So blue signal, we're now able to see how blue signal is looking as far as creating campaigns. And so right here at a glance, we've got a bunch of stuff. So we've got the campaign section. We're able to see all of the campaigns. Are they overdue? Are they not overdue? We're able to stay on top of creating the campaigns. We've got these automations firing off in the background that help us create campaigns automatically when we onboard clients, and automatically when a brand new week pops up. It also assigns due dates to those. And then we've got the different campaign statuses that allow us to essentially keep track of how we're performing as far as creating these campaigns. And then we've got the Smart Lead statuses that allows us to keep track of all of that. And so the next thing I might want to have is actual like analytics in a different yeah. Okay. So, and then we've also got this section over here, right? So this section over here does a lot. So I'm actually going to delete this for now. So delete this for now. We don't need this. We can actually move this to the top. And then we're going to get all of these together. And so, Rhonda, if you're still here, what are you hoping to accomplish? If you don't mind me asking. So, smart lead statuses, campaign tasks, all of that. We bring these up here, and so next thing we want to honestly, I think I'm on the right track here. So when I say I think I'm on the right track, I think that I've set it up in a useful way. So learn automations. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, you're in the right place for sure. Um, this one is a little bit. It's this one is less focused on automations, mostly just focused on like internal operations, right? As opposed to like pure automations. Okay, so this is not liking me right now. So let's move it from here. So boom. So we've got. Oh damn, this looks amazing actually. Um, Okay, and then this is going to be the client thing, and then we've got the campaign tasks. Boom, we've got that, we've got that, we've got that, we've got that. And so the next thing I want to add is client comms to make sure that we're seamlessly communicating with our clients. And how we're going to be doing that is using pie charts. Is that the best approach? Um, let's add a card, right? So let's add a card. We've got a bunch of different options. So we've got a line chart, we've got a bar chart, we've got a pie chart, we've got a calculation, text block, da 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 da. I'm gonna add this as a pie chart because we should mostly be just creating. So create weekly report. So creating performance reports. So creating performance reports, this is going to help us we'll communicate with the client, and we're going to group this um, by the status, right? So that we can see how all of these are performing. And then the value is going to be the tasks. We're also going to include closed, and then we're going to filter this by shoot. I don't know. Let's just add it. So to give you some heads up what this actually means, we've got this client comms section over here. So this is where we communicate with clients. And so over here, we've got a brand new message that pops up. And this message is like, create biweekly report for client. And so we've got a subject line, right? And then we have an email draft. And so this email draft is what we actually send the client when we reach out to them. And then we've got email recipients, and these email recipients come from the clients section. And so this is the client section. Each client has their own thing going on. And so we're able to send it to different email recipients. And so that's where we find the email recipients, and then we send it over to the client, all of that stuff. And so I've actually created videos on this. I think the last one, yeah, this one over here, the last video, how to create weekly client reports. This one went over that. And by the way, so we've got report. Let's do report. We can actually just look at this. So this is what a weekly report looks like, right? So it's like boom, boom. We send them an email just being like, hey, we've generated X number of leads. And this Loom video that you're seeing right here, this Loom video comes from this section. So what we need to do is we need to create a Loom video, plop it into this custom field section over here. And then when we move the statuses from to do to send a test email to send an email to the client, this is going to actually send the email to the client with the video. And this right here, this description that you're looking at right here, this description, this comes from the email draft. So the email draft, this is the email draft. And then the subject line, which is a Fonto biweekly report, this would come in this section over here. And so it's an actual like whole SOP thing, right? So it's not just like for weekly reports, it's for everything, right? And so when we onboard a client and we move them to a certain specific status, we're going to be sending them an email that looks something like this that says like, hey, we are live, we've got the campaigns ready, and then we send them a Loom video, but it's going to be different every single time. And so what I want to do at this point, I want to track um I want to track the emails that we have to send out. And so over here I can see 32 that are to do, and then 3 that are in the test email, and then 1 that is sent to the client. And so I think it doesn't really matter if we group it by the client or not. And so the main concern is just figuring out like how to actually visualize this. And so do we visualize it by the clients like this, or do we visualize it differently? And so that's the main thing, right? And so this tells me that I've got 2 emails to send. So boom, I got to send this email right here, and then boom, I've sent these test emails, and then boom, I've already sent this email right here. So I sent this report today. It was awesome doing it like this. And so the way that I'm thinking of visualizing it, cuz it needs to allow us to be able to see like how many emails do we need to send, and then how many are need to be, maybe we don't even need to track how many emails we sent. So what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to have it be a pie chart, but we're going to remove the closed. We don't need to see how many emails have been sent. We don't need that. We just need to see how many emails we need to send. And so over here, so send emails to clients. And so this is my task. I need to come in here, I need to send this, and then I need to just make this go blank, right? So this needs to go blank. And then if I want to see how many emails that I've sent in the past, maybe we can add a quick thing for that. And so how do we visualize that? Well, so a line chart, a bar chart, a battery chart, line chart, battery chart, portfolio calculation, um right? And then we've got completed report, performance, who's behind. I think it's gonna have to be one of these, right? And so, but I kind of want to do it by the date. So if I were to do it as a bar chart and we were to do client comms again, are we able to, in the x-axis, do time, and then do by date, and then do include closed, and then limit it to the closed status? So the status is going to be is closed. And so are we able to see when we sent the emails by the date? Because if that's the case, status is, right, and then time is, and then task is, and then group is none. So what's happening here? Show changes, client comms, and then that is tasks. So let's actually remove this then, and let's see what happens. So when I click remove that, we can see this, but it's not really it's not really doing it for me. So I don't like the time. Maybe we can do, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do something else. We're just gonna do a list view. So this is going to be a list view that tells me how many I've sent. So we go here, it's going to be tables, it's going to be task list, and then activity view for workspace. So it's going to be a task list, and then the task list is going to be client comms, and we want to see all of the emails that we've sent to the clients and when we sent them. And then we're going to group by none, include closed, and then the status is going to be closed. So the status is closed, and then boom, we add that. And then over here, we are able to see the emails that we sent, right? And then we can say, yeah, we can do this. So emails sent to clients. Now, this is the only problem I have. It's that it looks very small. So you would actually need to have it be, but then that just becomes too big, right? And so I think for now this is fine. I think for now this is fine. So this is going to help us send emails, and then it's going to allow us to know which email we sent. And we're going to add the column which is going to be close date. So date closed, right? So over here, I'm able to see I sent this on June 6th, which was today, right? So I sent this email today. And then we're going to say, what else do we add? And then we add the client. And so, boom. And so on June 6th, I sent an email to Blue Signal. So that's the idea, though I don't love the fact that it's so much of this is at the top. So boom, we've got client comms. The next thing we want to get is, so we've got clients. Oh, next thing we want to get is clients, right? So we want to see the onboarding process of the clients. And so as we're onboarding these clients, how is this process going? Because we're already, like, if you look at the dashboard, we're tracking how the completion of the campaign tasks are doing. We're tracking the completion of the domains. We're tracking the completion of the email communication. And so how about the client onboarding process? Um, Absolutely, Euros. Thank you for the feedback. So we're tracking all of this. Now we just need to track for the clients. So we do it for everything, right? Because if if you remember what I mentioned with the Alex Ramosi thing at the beginning, there's no silver bullets, just a bunch of golden BBs. And so it's not about doing one thing right. We need to do all of these things to make it right. So we go to client onboarding completion, client onboarding completion, and it's honestly the same thing, right? So we go to the location, we go to the clients section over here, and then in this section we're going to be grouping by the tag. um yeah. So within, so what we're going to set up is that, because let me tell you what my actual process looks like. So when we onboard a client, we have to take them through a bunch of different statuses. And so the first status is new, and then we create an onboarding doc, and then we purchase domains. We do all of these different things all the way up until we've created the copy and we've added them, and now they're active status. And so once we go to the active status, create email campaigns, well, technically 2 weeks is fine. Do we even need to track the due date? No, I don't think we need to actually track like due dates, because if you really think about it, this is only like campaigns, we're creating them all the time. We're not onboarding the same client over and over and over and over and over. We're typically just working on one client once. And so we're not going to do that. What we're going to do instead for the clients is track other things that are important for the client, such as let's look at the client. So what do we have over here? And so we've got billing client, the document, the ClickUp. We've got the notification platform. We've got Stripe. We've got the renewal date. We've got this. We've got that. Okay, we're gonna just track some. This is interesting, and it's making me kind of think, like, kind of try to backtrack, because I'm not sure how much focus we need to put on this section. I mean, there's a few things we might want to focus on, right? Like, for example, once we've onboarded the client, they're active and they request to be deactivated, like they essentially churn out of our service. We move them to deactivated status, which does a whole bunch of other stuff. And by the way, that's happened before. So these domains over here that you see that are deactivated, like this, they got deactivated because the client churned, right? And so we have SOPs for that to ensure that when clients are deactivated, we go accordingly. When clients are paused, we do that. When invoices are overdue, we get tasks to follow up. But the tasks for invoices overdue, those would go in the client comms section. And so the client comms section, back to it again, This is the client comms section. And so the client comms section has all of these emails that we can send to the clients with the recipients. And so really, it's not even a client thing. Therefore, I don't think we need to do anything for the client reporting, not at the moment, anyways. Um, for now, I think we need to focus on the campaigns, the domains, and the emails. And then we've also got this over here, which tracks our funnel, right? So for anyone who joined late, who was not here at the beginning, let me tell you what this funnel is. This checks for the smart lead positive replies by the date. And so whenever someone responds to me in my smart lead account, we're able to keep track of their positive replies. And so when they respond positively, we track that. And so this person responded here, a bunch of people responded there, and if we keep going back, as you can see, like, we're getting a lot of positive replies, and we're able to keep track of that across all clients. And so, like, if I were to show all 8 groups here, every single client would be in a table. And so right now I've filtered out so that you guys don't see the client responses or anything like that, but this is how it would look, right? So we've got one client, we've got another client, we've got all of these things going on, right? And so this is the top of the dashboard showing us the timeline view of the analytics. And then we scroll down, we're able to see the campaign tasks, the campaign tasks again. We're able to see the campaign analytics. Boom, 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 boom. And so what else do we need to do then? Because we are here. We've got the client comms dashboard, we've got the domains dashboard, we've got the campaigns sales funnel, which would be this up here, right? And then we've got the playbooks. And so that's actually a big one. So for those of you who are curious, the way that I create campaigns, I create my campaigns from ClickUp, and then we send that information to SmartLead using the API. And so this is my campaign creation process. So we start here, they go through these processes, and then when we choose a playbook, the playbook is going to create the copy for us that is then sent to SmartLead. And so where we come up with the copy is using this process right here, which has the different playbooks. And so these different playbooks are what are helping us create the campaigns. And so um, it is actually important for me to create the playbooks on time. And so how we're going to do this, we're going to add this one right here, which is going to show us the playbook statuses. And so it's going to be in the playbook section. So playbooks, and then we've got the different statuses over here. And then in these different statuses, we're going to be trying to keep track of how long it's take, like, the playbooks, and like the statuses of them. um and how I want to visualize that, I think, is going to be with because there's no actual custom field, right? So we can probably just visualize it with a pie chart, right? So we're going to visualize it with a bar chart, and then this is going to be the playbooks. So this is going to be the playbooks, and then we're going to group them by the status. So we're going to group them by the status. We're going to show all of the statuses, and then we're going to show all of the tasks, and then we're going to include the closed, and then boom, and then we're going to delete this right here. And so right here, we're going to show all playbooks. So we're going to show agency playbooks. So over here, we're able to see that we've got 2 playbooks, right? And in fact, we don't want to display it as a percentage. We want to just do it like this. So agency playbooks. This is obviously very important, so that, like, the more playbooks we have, the more things that we can actually do. So we need more in the active section. This is going to enable us to do a lot of different things. And then we've got the campaign task, campaign this, da 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 da, boom 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 boom. And so Going to the campaign analytics, right? So we've got the analytics section over here, which tells us the positive counts, the reply counts, all of these different uh, analytics that we can keep in mind. And so I think that I want to track and easily visualize the numbers across all clients, because the newest weekly report, right? So we've got a weekly report coming out, which is I actually I sent it today, so it's not coming out, it's actually live. And so the weekly report, this is what it looks like. So it is in the project section over here. um it's this one right here, so edit email. um so this is the new weekly report. So this is called performance report. And by the way, it's still like the same thing over here. It includes the video, it includes the description. But what we're trying to go away from is like positive prospects contacted, prospects replied, and just showing the emails. And we're gonna just focus more on the results, the end results, because the way we get the end results is going to vary depending on where they are in the life cycle. And so if someone is brand new in the life cycle, we're going to send them less emails. And so performance report, we're going to be doing that. And then the video comes in this section over here. And so the main thing we need to track is the engaged leads and then the transferred leads, right? And so let's see if there's a way for us to easily visualize the engaged leads and then the transferred leads over simply. Actually, there is, um, but I'm not sure how I'm gonna do that. So, oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. No. So, because we want to see that across all clients, so we would have to actually use it as a bar chart, and then the bar chart has different statuses that we can leverage. And so the different statuses are, uh, but we actually want to use this group by status type, right? Group by status type. This is going to be useful. Now, the question is closed and oh, I already got this set up like a G. Okay, so status type is great. So group by status type, and then we want to have this be the sales funnel. We want to have this be the sales funnel. And then inside the x-axis, we're going to add the clients section. So this is going to be all of the clients. We're going to put a Fonto. We're going to put 55 knots. We're just going to leave it as those two for now. And then the status, the y is going to be the number of tasks. And then we're going to group it by the status type. We're going to include closed. We're going to exclude the status, which is information, right? So this is information. We don't want that. We also don't want anything that's archived. So anything that is archived or information, we do not want those inside the master thing. And then we do add here, and then boom, there we go. So this is going to be the report that we send to the clients. And so if we were to send an email to Afonto, we would be like, hey, Afonto, we have, that's not even accurate though. That's not accurate. There's something wrong with this. So client, Afonto, task, status type, right? And then include closed, show Y value on bars. The question is it because I'm removing? No, it can't be because I'm removing that, right? It's not Y. Actually, it seems like it is. So done, closed, not started, active. We want to simplify that, right? So that we can see like how many of these. 94 is the right number for sure. 94 is the right number. But the question is, why is it? Oh, you know what it is not. I think I put it the wrong way. So is not. We need to put is not. and then we need to apply that. So this is going to allow us to easily see the numbers. So done 74, which is closed and sequenced, and then closed, this is how many we've sent them, and then active is the status type. So when we go back to the sales funnel, it says that we've got one that is active. So that is the meeting request. So Claudia is active. She's in the meeting request section. Now the question is that accurate? Is this, it says 88. Well, 88 is actually accurate when you consider the fact that we are removing the archived campaigns, and you consider that we're also removing 4. So what is that? 90. That's 94. So that's actually accurate. So if we were to send an email to 55 knots, it would be hey 55 knots, we have generated 140, we've generated 149 leads for you, and we've transferred 18 leads, which is still good. Is that how it would work? Closed 18 and then 149. Yeah, that's exactly how it would work. And so we do this over here. And so from my end, we would just be trying to figure out a way to optimize this. And so this is performance by, actually we're just going to do sales funnel by client. And on this front, we want to just make it easy for us to see the data. So we've got Claudia. We can hide the columns over here. We can hide these columns over here. We can hide this as well. And we can also hide this. The main things we're looking for is the smart lead inboxes so that we can easily find, just go to them on smart lead. So the smart lead, smart lead folder, that would not be, that does not make sense. Am I in the correct place? It should be the sales funnel, right? So inside the sales funnel, we're looking for the smart lead. Oh, the campaign URL. That's what we're looking for. So we need to add, so that like when we actually click on this, it's actionable for us to use. So we need to add the campaign. So just URL then. So campaign URL, LinkedIn URL, and then what else do we have here? And then website, I guess. And then the website. So boom. We've got a bunch of leads that we can see. So like if we were to say like who did we transfer over to Afonto, these are the leads that we've transferred. Okay, and so this is great. Sales funnel by client. The other thing, we would put this as total sales funnel by client. The other thing is just figuring out some of the percentages with this sales funnel. And so like, are we able to do any complex calculations using ClickUp dashboards? So if we were to go to the custom and then do a custom a calculation over here, we would be able to do formula. Yeah, I mean, we are able to figure out like the average of of that. But like, how can we do the sales funnel by client? And then how can we calculate something on of that? I don't think we can. Not with this anyways. Not started. Yeah, no, I don't think we can. Yeah, I don't think we can. Total sales funnel. Maybe we could just duplicate this and then just be like, uh, number of number of leads transferred to client. And like the way that my engagement with 55 Not worked is like the meetings are happening at the top here. So the meetings have already happened. So these are like the leads that are basically closed essentially. So that's why the percentages are much lower. Like the meetings already happened, and we're obviously tracking the book, no show, all of that stuff. And so from here we're just gonna have everything except for we're basically just going to have the closed, just closed and transferred. So boom, just like that. We're able to see we've transferred how this many leads to this person. We've transferred this many leads to this person. Like these are the ones that are closed. And then we're able to see the full funnel. And we're able to go to their smart lead URL. So if I were to click on this person's smart lead URL, we go to the inbox over here and and then we're able to work with those leads. So boom, this looks good. Total sales funnel by client, number of leads transferred to client. This is going to help us inform our decisions. I don't like this. So email sent to client, I do not like this. So I'm going to actually delete this. I don't like the way that this looks. The only thing that I think would make more sense is the only thing that I think would make sense is like something like this, right? Where we track all of the emails that we need to send in like a bar chart like this. And then by the way, so send emails to client. So to do agency playbooks, number of leads transferred to client, registered domains, campaign tasks, campaign smart lead statuses, domains, domain completion, registered domains, send email. And so when we go back here, we've got the playbooks, we've got the sales funnel, we've got the campaigns, we've got the domains, and then we've got the client comms. And so now it's just about making sure. Now it's just about making sure that we it's about making sure that we because I think this is everything, right? Number of leads transferred. We can also confirm it over here. And then we've got the playbooks. So we've got to create that. And then send emails to client. We've got domain completion. Domain completion. This is tasks. And then campaign tasks, due date. Honestly, we could just do domain tasks, due date, and then registered domains, smart lead campaigns, campaign tasks. All right, I got it. This is what we're going to do. We're going to move this. Okay, that's not going to work. We're going to move this down here. And this is going to be over here. And then this is going to come back over here. Actually, I do like the tasks being on the same row. So we've got the campaign tasks, we've got the domain tasks. And by the way, these are the tasks for just the setting up of the campaigns. These are not the tasks for redeeming domains. And these are also just checking for the due dates. So we actually need to do a little bit more with that. And then registered domains. So this one is campaign tasks, smart lead campaigns, campaign tasks, smart lead campaigns. We're going to have this be like a full page so that we can easily see that. Send email, agency playbook. I'm going to switch this. You're not able to do duplicate as a different thing. I'm going to delete this and we're going to switch it to being a bar chart. All right, so send email to client. And this is going to be client comms. And then inside this section over here, I think we had it as all. So it's just going to be like this. So we need to send email. And we need to do this. Now, there's a few things that this does not do. This does not have like a flat line for me to actually work on. So where was the... This is task list, completed report, worked on, activity, who's behind. So who's behind? Let me see if this... Does this show unread notifications? Okay, so let's just do me. That's good to know. So add card. The only thing that I'm thinking of adding is so task list or completed report, workspace points, worked on. All right, so we need to have this be here. Campaign set up tasks, right? And then domain set up tasks, right? This is just checking like the due date. That's one of the problems with there's no way to like there's no way to like check with oh, well, this kind of solves that. this kind this kind of solves that. Although I don't love the way it looks, right? But like, because this is sort of what we're trying to accomplish, right? We've got all of these different categories and these different things. Um, and so being able to see the status. Now, are we able to add any filters? Right? Like we want to be able to see that it's done or not done. Right. That's really good. Like this is good. It tells us how many are due in the specific portfolio. In this like now we see like we've got 3 domains that need our attention, 3 campaign, but like we really don't need that. We really don't need that. So what we're gonna do instead, we've got the portfolio, which that's interesting, but it's not perfect, right? So portfolio, chat, text block, calculation, battery chart, pie chart. I think we're gonna consider this done for now. We're gonna consider this done, finished. And so the next phase of this is going to be how to make it actionable, right? And so I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Um, just give me 1 second. How do you put like a um alert to be like, I'll be back, even though literally nobody's watching this right now. Um, edit, creating an analytics dashboard, and engage with the audience. Let's add a card. All right, whatever. I'll be right back. So what we need to do now is make this actionable, right? We need to make this dashboard actionable and useful so that we can actually accomplish things. So I'm gonna save this and just duplicate it. That other one, we're gonna just leave it so that we can come back to it later. So my mic is probably was off. All right, so boom, boom, boom. Campaign tasks. So for Afonto, we need to choose a campaign playbook, and then we need to generate campaign copy, and then let's also add another client, right? Let's add just a few more clients, right? So when we've got a bunch of clients, we have to create a campaign for this, and then we have to create this many campaigns, right, for this client. And so this is actionable already because I now know what I need to do and what I don't need to do, right? So this is good. Now inside, so we don't actually want to see anything that's drafted. It's not information or drafted. Is not information or drafted. And so how does this even become actionable, right? Because this is obviously actionable, right? So I know what I need to do and which clients I need to focus on and which ones I don't need to focus on, right? Like, and this one is obviously also useful because it just gives me a timeline view of all the clients and the positive replies, just giving us like which client needs attention, which client are we delivering results for, which one are we not, right? Like we can clearly see like the positive reply counts by the date, right? Like this is good, we're fine with this. This is also good, we're able to see the clients that need our attention, which ones don't. But how does this benefit us, right? Being able to see the clients, their analytics, which I don't know why that went away, but like we should be able to see like the analytics over here, which is the reply count. We should be able to see the positive count, and then we should be able to see the number of leads we transferred. So maybe we can leave this, but oh, I spelt this wrong. It should be positive. So positive count, right? So we need to see that, and then we also need to see the transferred count, right? And so having these things, we're able to see the analytics. But how is this actionable? Right? Like, how does this influence our decisions? Just being able to see these analytics here doesn't do anything. It doesn't influence our decision making. And so it could still be useful to have these, but probably at the bottom. And why am I also seeing the drafted section? Should this not be here? Like we shouldn't be seeing any. Oh. It's not that it's not status. It needs to be looking at the smart lead status. So we need to search for smart lead status. That's what we need to be removing, is not drafted, because we don't want to see any campaigns that are not drafted, right? And so for this, we are able to see all of the active campaigns, and like we can just pull up another client just for the sake of it. Let's pull up Blue Signal, and we're able to see all of the campaigns we've got running for them, right? But again, how do we make this actionable? I think the way we make it actionable is tracking the analytics, so the campaign things. So like, how are there enough leads? So instead of reply transferred positive, let's actually add another one, which tracks the number of leads that are not started, the number of leads that need. So over here, instead of tracking the, also I hate that it just keeps doing this. Um, so instead of tracking the basic, like the positive counts or anything of that nature, we want to track the not started. So like how many are not started. And on that point, that's really the one of the big things, right? Like over here, we could see we've got 200 leads that are not started, and then these ones are in 0. Therefore, these campaigns probably need more attention from us than any other campaigns. And so this is an example of a task and a visualization that we would want. So smart lead campaigns with less than 500 not started. Though to be honest, we probably want this to be at a client level, but I think the first place that we can actually start to simplify this is on a campaign level. So we add the filter, which is going to check for all of the campaigns that are active, that are not drafted, and have not started greater than we'll say 50 for now, so that it just removes some of them. So greater than 50, uh which seems to have messed. Actually, it should be less than 50. Okay, so this is actually good. So this helps us know which campaigns we need to add leads to. And so this is actually good. So one, we don't want to see anything that's active. Sorry, we want to add a nested filter. How do you add a nested filter? Um, so clear this. Let's add a filter. Okay, so this is good. So let's add a smart lead status. So we don't need to add any leads to campaigns that are drafted. So actually drafted, we want to add leads to those. We don't need to add leads to anything that is archived. We also don't need to add leads to anything that is stopped. So smart lead status is stopped. So is not archived, is not stopped, and is drafted. I think it's fine, right? Like we do want to add leads to campaigns that are drafted. So that's fine. So, and is not archived, is not stopped. Do we need to do anything? Is drafted, is paused. Yeah, we want to add leads to those. Do we want to add leads to the campaigns that are paused? Yeah, probably not. We probably paused them for a reason. So smart lead status is paused, is not paused, and then is not archived, not stopped. Oh, also is not completed, because if it's completed, then why would we add leads to that? So smart lead folder is not completed. So sorry, smart lead status is not completed. So basically what that means is that I don't even know why I did it like this. I didn't need to do it like this. We're gonna switch it around. So is because we could just do an or formula, because that just simplifies it, right? So if the campaign is in drafted status or it's an active status, then we want to add leads to it. If it's paused, archived, stopped, completed, we don't need to add leads to those campaigns. And so I think this is fine. So if the status is active, the not started is less than 50. The drafted, it's drafted, it's also act, and it's not active, then we want to add leads to it. And so this becomes actionable because inside of Fonto, all of these are paused. So pause, 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 completed. But in addition to this, we want to have the opposite effect happen, right? So this tells me I have 7 campaigns, 6 that are active, 1 that is drafted that I need to add leads to, and then I've got 4 campaigns that I need to add leads to. But with this person over here, I don't see anything. So what we might want to add is this thing over here, which is the information. So status is active or is information. And you'll see what happens in a second once we do that. So is information. Actually, if we go to the actual, what are we working on here? We're working on the campaign. So if we were to go to the campaigns and we were to look at the information tasks, so we go to the analytics, information. Do we not have information as a filter? Have we filtered that out? Client is a Fonto. We should actually have an information task telling us that there's no active campaigns for the client. And maybe that's going to be inside make. So this is good. So no campaign is what it's called. So add task to the no campaign section. Yeah. So when did this last run? So it ran on June 6th. So it checked a bunch of things. Did it get all the clients? So we got, okay. So it got the clients and then it got the information tasks. So when we go here to the analytics and we just filter it by status is done. Right? So we don't actually need this right here. So we can go ahead and delete that. So a Fonto should actually be giving us, so like with PDQ, for example, like we're currently paused with them. So we're not creating any campaigns, just so that we can focus on improving the internal ops. Once that's the case, we're going to be scaling with them. But let's add them here. So PDQ and then save. And so PDQ's got nothing over here. That would indicate something positive, but we don't want that. And so if we were to actually, because the way that this is filtered out, it's leveraging the smart lead status, so which is over here. And so the smart lead status we would have to do as active. Actually, we will have to do it as information. And then this would also have to be information. I forgot that I added that. So if it's information over here, then we don't even need to be fancy at all. We could just do like or status smart lead. Status is information, which I forgot I had. Therefore, PDQ is going to have a new task over here. Information not started is less than 50. Status is, this is showing campaigns. Not started is less than 50. And the status is information or active. Not started is less than 50. And the smart lead status is information. So is the reason why this is not popping up because not started is empty? That's probably what it is, right? So if we were to go here, can we put 0 over here and then have that pop up? And like these ones, like they have different types of engagements, right? So that's why they're in this section. Um, and I wonder if that, so there you go. So that's what we need to do. So an actionable, so I just realized that you guys, my face has been covering this the whole time. So an actionable, when I look at this with less than 500 leads, I'm able to see that PDQ over here, uh, not started as 0, but there's no active or drafted campaigns. Therefore, we need to actually work on them. And so this is great. And so this is also the case, by the way, for Afonto. So let's make that happen. So we actually have to modify this automation, which is the one that we were just looking at. And we have to see whether there's a filter that prevents Afonto. So active, drafted, status. Okay. So get all campaigns, get all information tasks equal to no campaigns, client. And then does this filter out Afonto? No. So 1 second. I'm gonna run this to see if because I don't want all of my client details to just pop up like that. I want to see whether Noel is a part of the clients that pop up here. So Noel is a part of that. And so with the information tasks, right? I'm just checking that to see whether it works. Um So Noel was over here, bundle 6. I'll be right back, guys, in literally just a second. So it says that there's no information task for him. And then, okay, so I think I know what the problem is. So I'm back, guys. Hello, hello. I think the problem is that there's another, the analytics are probably not synced up properly with the automations. And so if we were to go over here, look at this. This is paused, archived. Well then. All right, so let's do this then. Let's run it all the way. Um oh, actually I can add this. So I can do like client equal to 1, which would be me, right? So let's run it anyway. I think this should be good. Yeah, so this is great. So in this section, we've got 4 campaigns. So active, drafted campaigns. So for anyone curious, we're getting all the information tasks. So we're checking the we're we're checking this section over here to figure out, does this task exist? And we're searching it by this campaign ID, which means no campaigns, right? So we want to essentially find out all of the campaigns that don't exist for the specific client so that we can map it to them and have a task for that. And so that's what we're doing. So over here, it's telling me that there's no information task, which is accurate. So this is accurately reflected. There is no information task for Afonto. And then it's telling me that when we search for the campaigns, we're able to find 4 campaigns, which is also accurate. And all of these campaigns have the status, which is active, which is also accurate. And status is drafted. Oh, you know what this might be? This might be the campaigns V1. Right? Because I don't even have a drafted status anymore. I don't have a drafted status anymore. So this might be one of those automations that I used to have before that I just forgot to update when I switched everything around to the new system. So status active, status exists. That's about it, right? Status is active, status exists. Status is active, status exists. And then inside this, we want to do smart lead. So smart lead. What's happening? get all campaigns. The custom fields, do these not have smart lead status? Right? This is get all campaigns. We're looking for the smart lead status. So where's the custom field section? It's over here. It's at the top. It should be at the top. Am I blind? I'm totally blind. But anyways, over here we've got other custom fields. Okay, so we've got here percentage progress completed, percentage completed client. What campaigns are we looking for? Because this seems weird. We should be looking at this list over here. So 6-9. So boom, we've got that. And then we're looking for this specific client, which is accurate. And then the information tasks. This is searching for information in the same list, which is also accurate. Yup. This is also accurate. And then this is giving us all of the campaigns, which is also accurate. By the way, does this have the freaking custom fields? That's why. Okay, so that's why we're not getting what we need. So let's fix that. And even then, why is this working? We need to actually have this status be status is active. So this needs to be active. We don't need to do anything else. So when we do active and then we run it again, so run anyway, we're going to find all of the campaigns. And this time around, it's going to start here. So this is great. And so now we can add the correct filter. And so the correct filter that we need to add is called smart lead status. And so the smart lead status is not, so smart lead status numeric operator, just not equal to, doesn't matter. So when we look at the smart lead status in the campaign section over here, we could just go here. So it's not 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is not 6. So the smart lead status not equal to 6, right? Right. I think that's what we're looking for, right? We're looking for the number of campaigns. All right. No active campaigns. What does this look for? So this looks for it's 0. So no active campaigns looks for 0. No active or drafted campaigns. So actually, this needs to be smart lead status equal to, actually, this needs to be, shoot, I messed it up. But it's fine. So this needs to be, we need to actually check for the status, and we need to do the smart lead status as well. So smart lead status equal to, and then we're searching for the drafted status. And so when we go back to the analytics section over here, drafted is going to be equal to 0. Right, so this is going to be equal to 0, and then the status, we're gonna just do it all over again. So equal to case insensitive, equal to active, and the status exists, right? And then we're also going to do it again. So now we're looking for active or we're looking for active or drafted. So 0, 1, 2. So it should be 2. And so, or equal to 2. Boom. And so now over here for Afonto, stop. For Afonto, it should now say array aggregator 0, informing us that there is no that there is no active or drafted campaigns, right? And we want to get notified for that. And so now we're going to run this again, and then let's save this because it works. And so now it's going to create a brand new task inside ClickUp, right? And so when we go back over here, we've got a brand new task, which is Afonto no active / drafted campaigns. And in fact, we should put the smart lead status 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We should have this update the smart lead status as well, so that it's accurately reflected. So no campaigns, smart lead status. We want to map. Actually, we don't even need to. We could just do it like this. So smart lead status is information, and then that's about it. So this is great. How easy would this be to convert? Um, Pretty easy, to be honest. The only thing that you need to have, Mike, um, is the frameworks done correctly. So we've got all of these different frameworks over here. You basically want to set up your ClickUp setup to work like this. Sorry, your Airtable setup to work like this. And by the way, I have a video for that. So I have lead gen agency. Um, where is it called? Lead. Oh, so here, lead gen agency operations, my ClickUp setup. So if you were to watch this video, my ClickUp setup, you're going to be able to see all of the different components that I leverage. That being said, in this live stream, I've actually gone through a lot of different things with the ClickUp setup. So like this is just a quick boom, 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 boom rundown of everything. But if you were to just watch this live stream again, you're going to be able to like get all the details that you need on how to replicate it in ClickUp. So sorry, I keep saying ClickUp in Airtable. So boom, we've got the no active clients, and we're gonna actually delete this again because that's what it checks. So it checks for the no active. So we're gonna delete this because we want to test that it works properly, and then we're going to rerun this. So let's save it, and then we're going to rerun it once again, and then it's going to inform us that this particular client has no active, which is accurate. All of these are paused and all of them are completed. It's going to inform us that this particular client has no active / drafted. It's going to put it in the correct client, assign it to the client, and then do this. And then all of that is going to be reflected in the actual dashboard. So once again, the dashboard, we want it to be actionable. So when we come in here, we want to be able to look at it. And then for Afonto, there's going to be a pop-up over here, which does not seem to be the case. Let's refresh again. So it's here for PDQ. Let's see here. So status is 0. Not started is less than. Oh, you know what? I remember what the problem is. So on the create task, we need to set up all of these different fields. So the fields that we're talking about is basically all of them. So we need to put not started as 0, show as 0, completed as 0, in progress as 0, booked as 0, reply as 0, and then what else do we need to add? Where's the transferred count? So transferred as 0 and the positive is 0. Do we have any other numbers that we need to worry about? I don't think so. So yeah, we need to put all of these 0 because if they're not 0, they don't pop up in the analytics. And so analytics, put this as 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. The actual automation would take care of that moving forward. But for now, we're just going to do it like this as it's just quicker. And so boom. So this looks good. And now when we refresh it again, it's going to tell us that this particular client has no active / drafted campaigns. And then this particular client has 0 not started. And so we need to add leads to this particular campaign. And so this is going to inform us which campaigns need leads and which campaigns don't need leads, depending on the individual clients. And we're going to have every single one of our clients popping up over here so that we can easily see who needs our attention and who does not. So this is less than 500 leads not started. This one right here is checking for the active leads. Yeah, I'm still not a super fan of this one. So we're going to have to, because I don't want to have a dashboard for the sake of a dashboard. I want to have it be actionable, right? So it needs to actually like help us do things. And so if it could do that, then that's great. So once again, we log in. We've got a visual visual guide that allows us to see. And by the way, I've filtered it out so that it's not showing like the different clients and the different things we do for them. But like this is one client, which is myself. We can see the positive replies by the date. We've got a bunch of other clients over here. We're able to see like how are all of these clients performing against one another, right? And we're able to see all of that in one simple view for us to easily track that. And we can go with the time, we can go back and work accordingly. The next thing we do as we scroll down, we're able to see the campaign tasks. And so the different clients are over here, and the ones that are empty, we don't need to do anything for those particular clients as far as creating campaigns, right? But for example, with a Fonto, we also want to add an additional filter which says status is not actually end smart lead status. So smart lead status is not information. And so over here is not active. Wait, why is it saying is not? Oh, yeah. Because this is the task, right? So we log in. We're seeing like, all right, so Titan Trust is good. I don't need to create any campaigns for this. Team Epic's good. A Fonto, I need to create this campaign over here. And it was due 2 days ago. So I better get on it. Is there a way? This is telling us by where it's at. Actually, this is useful. The only other thing that we might consider is just adding this over here, which tells us like how many of them are overdue, how many are not. But I think actually, honestly, I don't think it even matters in the way that we had set it up, where we're able to see like this has 0 overdue, like where we're seeing it by the different clients. I think we might actually just prefer to have it be like in a pie chart. So sorry, in a pie chart, yeah. But instead of it being like the way that we set it up, we are able to see everything, because when we got a task, let's just do the task, right? So group by tag is that, and then do we have a no? Okay, so let's do it like this. So we just add a filter over here which says tag. So tag is empty, is not set, or the tag is overdue, right? So this is going to just tell us like, all right, so we put that. Damn, this is getting big. We're gonna have to like streamline it towards the end of this. So with this, due date. So with this, because the way we currently have it set up where we've got like the different clients and we're tracking the status, I don't think it makes total sense to do it like this. So I think I'm gonna actually go with this route. So we log in, we're able to see all of these these campaigns. So we've got 7 over here, and then from that, so no tags. Okay, so we want to actually remove some of the things. So tag is not set, and then we want to add the ones that are here. So status is not active, and that, right? And then we want to add this, which says status is not active, and smart lead status is not information, right? Now we can just save that. And so now we should have 7. So they match 3, 4. That's 7. Okay, so now we're live. We can see we've got 4 overdue tasks. I need to create these like right now. And I tend to look left to right. So we're actually going to move this here so that it's like, in just the way that I work. Uh, also, it's stuck now. How do I, shoot. Come on, click up. All right, let's refresh the page. And so I hope that saved what I was working on because I don't want to have to redo that again. Okay, so this is fine. So let's go to edit mode. And then just the way that I work, we've got the campaign tasks, which are going to be over here. And then it's going to give us the information of what tasks that actually entails. And obviously, like if we were to click on the note tag section, we've got this over here. I don't need to see this. I don't need to see this. I do want to see the status, right? So this is the status. So cool. So this is the status for this particular campaign. I need to export and import a list. And then this one over here, I need to add the campaign to Smart. The campaign is already added to Smart Lead because that's automated, but we have to do a bunch of things, right? Because we've got a bunch of statuses, which creates the copy syntax. Is this all messed up? Because that's not how it should look. Anyways, doesn't matter. I think I moved it previously. And so over here, we've got a bunch of other campaigns that are overdue. Therefore, we should actually have a due date column as well, right? So that it's like easy to see. So this is the due date column. And obviously, like when we click add to Smart Lead, like we create the campaigns here. And by the way, for anyone who's not aware of how we do it, I'm just going to recap it. So we've got a campaigns setup process. These are the tasks. So the campaigns come up over here. We've got to take them through a bunch of different statuses. And all of these statuses are automated. And so we've got different playbooks that we put these campaigns through. And then those playbooks come up with the different emails that we can leverage, right? And then we've also got different clay tables that we create for those different campaigns. And once all of that is done, we basically add the campaigns to Smart Lead, and all of that's done automatically. And it's also done using a lot of AI, right, to speed up the process. And so that's what we need. So I think the due date's fine. We see the status as well. We got this, we've got that. Okay, so this looks great. So campaign tasks, due date, great. And then campaign tasks statuses, we know which ones are contributing to this over here. And then campaigns with less than 500 leads, we see this right here telling us that Afonto has no active or drafted campaigns. And then this one right here, 0 not started. And so we now know which campaigns we need to focus on from a leads not started perspective, right? So which, though, to be honest, I want to do this on a client basis. I want to do this on a client basis. And so we're actually going to do a different thing. We're going to split this into because like let's say we're looking at it from a less than 500 not started, right? And we've got seven campaigns over here. What that actually means is that we would have to add in order for all of these campaigns to disappear, we would need to add 3,500 contacts to every single one of these campaigns. And so is that the actual goal, or is it to ensure that we have enough sending capacity for the particular client? And so I think in my case, I just want to have enough sending capacity for the particular client instead of that being said, if a campaign is active and we are actually trying to work with that campaign, maybe we do actually want to have some leads. And so I think we'll work on that later. And even if we were to work on it and modify that to being on a client basis as opposed to a campaign by campaign basis, I think it would still pop up in a similar fashion. And then we've got the campaign setup tasks, due date. I think we're going to delete this. We don't need to see this anymore. I prefer the way we got it set up over here. That being said, I actually do want to duplicate this. I think I like this in general, just the way this is, as opposed to the way that like we've got all of this other stuff, right? So this is the domain tasks. So the domain tasks with the due dates, and then we're going to find the location over here, which is going to be the domains, right? And so domain tasks, we've got all of that. It's going to all work the same, and it should be telling us that we've got 5 plus 2, 7. 56 no tags. And so what is the filters that are here? So tags is not set, tags is overdue, right? And this is also looking, by the way. Oh, I got it. So we filtered it out by only 3 clients. And so we've got more clients than that. And so that's why it's being like that. But the overdue ones are 1, 2, and like if we were to click on these, we would get this information. So we do want to see that. So we want to see the due date, and then we also want to see the status, right? So DKIM added in ClickUp so that we know which status these domains are in, and we can work on them accordingly. Okay, so this is great. So these are the domains that we need to work on. These are the statuses that they're in. This is also great. And so I think we can go ahead and delete this as well. I don't think I need this or like it that much anyways. And then we need to basically bring the domains. Where was that? Oh, it's right here. So the registered domains. So we need to bring this over here so that we could see all of the domains that are registered and how they are. So with this client, the domain setup is completed for everything. And then with this client over here, it's fine. Boom, boom, boom. The next thing I might want to actually have is a deliverability setup where we are tracking the deliverability across all of these different domains. And I already have something of that nature, but um, I discontinued it because didn't find that to be like super useful. So if we were to go to the, but if I were to bring it back, it would be a similar. It would be something similar. So over here, we're able to see all of the clients. We're seeing their reputation, the warm up statuses. Um, Actually, the warm up thing is annoying. Yeah, because they keep getting warm up disabled, and it's annoying me. And so I would actually want to be able to see the warm ups popping up over here. But the question is, how do I want them to be visualized? Because the warm ups um, are typically individual campaigns, are individual emails. Like this is the thing that I try basically discontinued this system for, is because when you've got all of these individual accounts and you're getting notified for them individually, you actually don't need that because like if I were to get notification 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 all the way up until 50 notifications, like these just got disconnected, I would actually just do the task in bulk as opposed to doing it one by one by one by one by one by one. And so this actually just cluttered our project management, having it being one by one. And so the way I would actually do it this time around, it would be in a bulk fashion. It would be in a bulk fashion where where maybe we can check. mm, we can actually maybe do like an alerts thing. So let me think of some ways to do some alerts, right? So an alert could look something like this, where it's like alert number of warm up disabled, warm ups disabled, right? And then let's just choose something random. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So number of warm ups disabled. Target 0. So does that make sense? Like number of warm ups disabled 0. And so we basically just check here like Number of warm-ups disabled, 0. What's another alert that I might want to get notified for? Because that can happen. We can set that up in real time so that it's being updated in real time and we can easily track that. But like for it to be worth it, I might want to have a little bit more. I might want to have alerts. Mm, I think maybe this is something that I just kind of leave for another time. I think I might want to leave this for another time. Though I do like the idea. And so this right here, we're keeping track of how many email tasks we've got. So ensuring that we can send emails to the clients in a timely manner. I think this looks fine, right? Like we got to do. Maybe we might want to have. We might want to have like the client popping up over here, right? So that we see which client it's for. So let's put a client. So we've got the client, and then we've got a due date. We want to track that as a due date as well. Due date. In fact, is this going to be my new favorite thing of all time? I think it might be. Honestly, I think adding consistency to the dashboard is going to go a long way. So I think we're just going to do it again. We're going to duplicate this again, and then we're going to say email client comms, client communication tasks. We could call it communication tasks. Right, so communication tasks, and then due date, and then we just filter it for client comms, ensuring that when we need to send weekly reports to the client with the videos. And by the way, for anyone who's curious what the reports look like, this is what the reports look like. We've got a background. We tell them how many leads we've generated. We upload a Loom video. We send them a description. We give them all of this stuff with what happened, and all of that comes from the client comm section. So the client comm section, we've got the email recipients, we've got the Loom video, we've got the client, and we've got email types. And so currently we have two email types, which is we are live. We've got a performance report. The what you're looking at right here is a performance report. Depending on the email type that we choose, we're going to be sending something differently. And so back to yeah, we plop the Loom video in here, and then it sends the message. And this message right here, so like we saw a positive reply which quickly turned into, that's what you guys are seeing right here. So that's how it works. um and and by the way, I did create a video for that. So like creating client reports, that's the video for it. So yeah, we're just gonna do that again. Do we have any tags for this? No, and we also don't even have the due date, which is hilarious. Um, yeah, we need to add the due date, right? We need to add the due date so that it's easy to see like when we need to send these emails, right? So the due date is important. I'm gonna save it like this so that we don't have to constantly come back. And then we're going to make these, right? We're gonna make these overdue. So these are going to be overdue. And then this one is going to be uh, due in the future. So this one's going to be due in the future, so on Saturday. And so using all of this information right here, we are going to do a few things. Actually, we're just gonna do what we've already done, right? So right here, we're gonna remove this. We're gonna do this, and then we're going to add the tag to overdue. We're going to add the tag to overdue. And then we've got boom and boom and boom. And so we need to actually set up the tags to come from where they come from. So when we create the tasks, we actually create the tasks over here. So it's going to be active. So it's going to be client comms step 1, which is another one, client report. Yeah, so this one's also good. When we create this, we also want to add the due date, and the due date, we want it to be a day from now. So add days. We want to make it 1 day from now. So this is great. And then this right here, when we do this, we want to make this add days, and then you want to make it now +1. So this is going to ensure that we always get the due dates set up, right? Just 1 day from now. And so we go back here, and then boom, client comms, tags, all tags. And then include close. Do we do that? No, we don't need to do that. Yeah, then display as percentage. 3, 2. This matches. And then we actually need to get the domains. So the domain tasks, which is going to be add tag overdue, right? It's this one right here. Yeah. So we need to duplicate this over to client comms. So duplicate automation. And then if status is not closed, we want to add that. And then we want to add another automation in the client comm section. And this automation is going to, when status moves from any status to closed, we remove the tag, which is overdue. And honestly, just when it moves from active. Actually, I might not even need to do it like that. It moves from to do to send an email. We need to make sure that the custom fields subject is set. Email draft is set. Custom field is set. Email draft is set. Is set. Boom. And then we do the tag as well. So the tag, we're going to remove this tag over here. So overdue. And then boom, we're done. And then this, we can go ahead and delete it because we don't need this anymore. Yeah. When due date arrives, overdue. And then we should also probably add when we should do this one over here. We should duplicate this and then just reverse it. We should add a comment. And then we say task must have subject, email, and email recipients. Closed. Missing fields. And then it says the task must have a subject line. Subject line. Right? A subject line, email draft, and recipients to be closed. And boom. And then at this point we don't need to change the tags. We just reverse this. Is not set. Shoot. Are you not able to do an and, an or? So we're just gonna copy this. Have recipients to be closed. Must have recipients. Right? So boom, we do that right there. We duplicate it as well. We duplicate it again. And this time around, it must have a subject line. To be closed. Also, I'm not changing the status at all right now. So status. We need to send this all the way back to do. Right? And then must have status. Sorry, must have subject line. Must have recipients. We also want to add that here as well. So the status. We change the status to do. And then the final thing over here, we duplicate it in the current location. And then over here, it's must have an email draft to be closed. And then boom. And then this one is checking for the email draft. And then it's to do. And then it's duplicated. Must have subject, must have an email draft. Must have a subject line. Must have recipients. Task must have recipients to be closed. Must have a subject line. Boom. Okay, save. So we've just got the SOPs set up for that. We go to the master dashboard. We're able to see that this is not no tags. This is this is that. Send emails to client. We're able to see how many emails we need to send. And we're also able to see which status these emails are in. And so when we click on this, we can see the due date. We can see that. And we can see this, that. And boom, we don't need to see the assignees. We just want to see the status and the due date. Boom. Okay, so this is looking great. Playbook completion. Agency playbook completion. When we click on this, we don't need the assignees. We don't need the due date. We just need the status. And maybe we see the playbook as well. Playbook. What is the playbook type again? Actually, we don't even need this because that's going to be different. So just the status is fine. The next thing that we might want to have over here is the analytics. So the sales funnel. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this. I don't think it's actionable. So we're gonna add actual table, so a task list, and it's going to be in the location of here. So sales funnel is where it's at. No, we want to get the campaigns, and we're gonna filter it by myself. So include closed, status is active, right? And then the smart lead status is not information, and smart lead status is not drafted. Like this is just analytics that we're looking for at this point. And then we're gonna put client as well, right? So client is Afonso. Do we want that though? Do we want to do we want a long list of people? Oh no, this is campaigns. So this is campaigns. We want to group them by the client. So group them by the client. And then boom. I don't need to see a sales funnel. And then at this point, I just want to see all of these stats. So I want to replicate what I got inside this section over here. So show archived campaigns, analytics. We've already got the timeline. I think we're going to be phasing out this table view. I mean, I think it's good. I don't know how reliable it is though. To have this table view over here. So I think we're gonna just try to have the analytics over here. And so what that means is we're gonna have the not started. So not started. We're gonna have in progress. In progress. And then completed. Completed. What am I looking for? And bounced. And bounced. And reply. We want to add that as well. And then positive. Positive. And then P to W. So boom, we've got that. And then we move that here. We move that here. And then so this is actually archived. So we want to actually have like a final one, which is smart lead status, which is going to come over here. And then these are just going to be smaller. So minimized all the way down. And so at this point, we're going to have all of the campaigns in a simple table that we can view. Let's actually change. Sure, we can actually sum these. That's fine. We can sum all of these up to see like what is the summary of every single the client that we're working on, right? We want to be able to see that. This one would be the average. Right? What we want with this right, there's one thing that I'm thinking about here. So we've got not started, completed, in progress, bounce, reply, positive, positive to 1. Let's get the campaign URL so we can easily go there. Which begs the question, why don't I have the campaign URL here? Doesn't matter. We just don't. Also begs the question, do I even have the campaign URL? Because if I don't, that's hilarious. Oh, I don't. That's wild, dude. I totally thought I had the campaign URL. But I guess not. I mean, we can have a formula. No, we don't want to do that. We don't want to have a formula for something like that. That's silly. I guess we're just gonna add it here, right? And then we're gonna make sure that during our campaign, campaign thing, we actually work on it. So by the way, making sure that this is fine. So remove this client information, everything else is fine. So let's go back. I think it's all the way at the bottom. Right, just ran into an error. I have not had time to fix it. And so over here, when we create a brand new campaign, we want to add the campaign URL in addition to the ID. So currently we add the ID, which is right here. We want to add the campaign URL as well. So how do I do this? Do I need to refresh the fields or something like that? So there you go. I need to refresh it. And so campaign URL is going to be this, and then it's going to be ID of 2. Yeah, so we want to do that. And then same thing here. Same thing for pretty much everyone. Actually, not quite, because we also doing subsequences, right? So I think I did update this one, right? Yeah, so I did do that. Subtask, subtask, subsequence, subsequence, update campaign tasks. I'm gonna do this as well here. I mean, bro, you might as well update the ID in case it's not there. You might as well. And then over here, I'm gonna update the ID as well. And then this should be good. And then finally, we want to get the subtasks. And so to get the subtasks into our ClickUp account, we also need to get the ID for that. So it's the subsequences. These are going to have different ID. Cheese Louise, there's nobody who wants to watch somebody else work. Actually, some people do, but hey, man, it is what it is. So over here, that's funny. David. Hey David, hey Mohammed. So over here, I tell you guys what we're working on. So you guys are aware. So what we're working on a dashboard over here. So this is what we've got set up so far. So when you scroll to the top of the page, we're able to see our positive replies from our Smart Lead account by the date. And so as you can see, these are all positive replies that came through, and we're able to see that in a timeline view, right? And when we show these groups, we're able to see all of our clients' positive replies in one simple view. And so we're able to see all of our clients' positive replies in one simple view. And then when we scroll down, this is our tasks that we need to do. And so we're going to see the tasks that are overdue. And so we've got 57% of tasks that are overdue and the other ones that are fine. And what the tasks are these tasks over here. So we've got to create campaigns. And the way that we create campaigns is from our ClickUp dashboard. And so if we were to go to the campaign section over here and go into the tasks section, we are essentially creating campaigns, and they each have to go through these different sections. So we choose a campaign playbook, go through all of these steps until eventually we add them to Smart Lead, import a list, and then have them be active. So we don't actually create campaigns from Smart Lead, we create them from here. And the reason we do that is because we've got a bunch of playbooks that automate our entire campaign creation process. And so when we choose a playbook, it uses AI to come up with an email. We manually edit that, and then the process helps us create those. And so this right here is keeping us accountable to uploading those campaigns in a reasonable manner. And then this over here checks for all of the campaigns that have less than 500 leads. And something like this, for example, tells us that there's no active or drafted campaigns. And then this would tell us like this person has no active leads. And so we need to actually add the leads here. And then over here, we've got the registered domains and the domain tasks, where we've got the email tasks, the communication tracking, the agency playbook. And so that's what we're at, right? And so what we were just working on over here is the subsequences. And so where is that? Yeah, so we got the subsequence URL. So this is just the URL for the subsequence. Automated warm-up domains. Automated like the warm-up is the warm-up is done by uh by smart lead. So we just we automate the domain setup process. Yeah, so like adding the DKIMs to the GoDaddy and all of that other stuff, we automate that. But I'm not exactly sure what you mean by automated warm-up, so feel free to clarify. Yep, yep. So we've done that. So the domain setup, that is in this section. So we've got the domain set up over here, and we've got the domains in different groups. And so, like for example, we're able to see that this person is the Google admin for this group, this entire group. We've also got Microsoft admins. When we add the DKIM key inside our ClickUp account, for example, and then move the status to DKIM added to ClickUp, we get an automated thing happening in the background. And so it is pretty much automated. That being said, I will add a point that I also do use different providers. And so if you were to look at the domain platform, we've got Google admin, Microsoft admin. We've also got MailForge and a different reseller. And so if I were to use one of these different resellers, the actual process changes up with how we've set it up. And so it's very dynamic in that manner. If you want to know how to set it up, I actually created a comprehensive video on that before. And so I think it was domain, though I'm not remembering like what it is. Set up domains. Mm, I'm not remembering which one it was. And even then, I think I briefly talked about it. So just let me know what is the main challenge that you face whenever you're setting up domains, and then I'll see how I can help you with that. And one quick heads up, afonto.com/automations, I release a bunch of automations uh, for free. And so some of these are already here that you could just leverage. I've heard good things about Superwave. I've heard bad things about Superwave. Personally, I don't use them. I use MailForge, the reseller, and every other one. Let me actually put that in the chat. So afonto.com/automations. If you want the automations for free, literally just go there. I release them for free. Like there's a bunch of them. Like you can, like the DKIM one, the DKIM one is over here inside the danger zone. So this one over here adds the DKIM key, the DMARC, the open tracking to your GoDaddy account if that's what you use. Okay, so back to this. Let me know if you have any other questions. Your service is lead gen, but like it is automated. Like I had made a video. Where did I make the video? It was over here, which is like 50K per month with 0 employees. So that's my goal. Just 50K per month, 0 employees. And the way that I'm gonna get there is by using a lot of automations. And so that's why I create these things. So subsequence, I need to add the subsequence URL. And by the way, tell me about yourself, Mohammed. What do you do? Do you run a lead gen agency? Are you at a corporate job? What do you do? And so campaign URL, we grab that. We want to add the parent campaign ID, and then we want to add the subsequence ID as well. We want to copy this, and then we want to add that to edit subsequence. Nice, but providing automation assets to get people into the pipeline. Exactly. It's literally just a lead magnet. And I got like I got leads from that, right? So even though it's automations, I get people who want lead gen services, and on my website, I've got different inquiries. So people that reach out, oh, you're not able to see that. So people that reach out, they can do lead gen services, or I offer hourly consulting. And so if someone wanted to do hourly consulting, it's $290 per hour, and I can consult them for free. Sorry, I can consult them for 290, and I'm cool with that. I don't love the idea of building custom automations for people because it does take a lot of time. So run a mix between fundraising offer and growth consulting offer, helping private companies raise money. Oh, that's sick. That's super cool, man. I love that. Um, I like the niche too. I know someone that does a similar thing in the finance space. How long have you been doing that? Um, so boom, campaign URL. Plop that in there. Edit tasks, and yeah, we do that as well. Cool. Uh, how is he? He's good, man. He's good. I don't know if he's like the way that I'm remembering. He told me is that he helps finance. Actually, I'm not sure. He does a lot of things, and he's really good. he's he's like yeah. I'm not remembering all the details. So you've been doing this for 5 months. Nice. Uh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. His name is Tim. Timothy Ryan Hills. I believe is the full name, but I could be wrong on that. Um, so we've got the subsequence, the playbook. Um, he's on Twitter. Let me show you what his LinkedIn looks like if you want to connect with him. So you've been doing this for 5 months, huh? That's pretty cool, man. Uh, I've been doing it for so Timothy. Yeah, this is the guy. He's he's a super smart dude, man. Super smart dude. Um, and he's been doing it for 5 years, essentially. And I think this is the company. So he's also had fundraising experience. So Venture Goat, helping startups raise capital through Creative Outbound. So it's like Creative Outbound, helping them raise capital. Um, and yeah, it's nice. I think he's always happy to help people. It's a pain. Hey man, I ain't worried. I ain't worried about one viewer. And by the way, like it grows with time, right? So you just and also nobody wants to watch another person work. Like literally nobody wants to do that. And so I don't do it for views. I just do it for because I create videos, right? And so like yesterday I released a video which is 23 free automations, like literally free automations that people could just copy and paste. But the problem with releasing that many automations for free is that sometimes they have no instructions. And so like I just give you the blueprint right here, and then I can link you to the live stream that we did. And so you can just come back here and work on the live stream. And so that's why I do it. It's just to make it easier for people to reference if they want to build things in house. Um and so I think that's everything, honestly. Um Need to I'm fine. Like on LinkedIn, that's I mostly do things on LinkedIn. So I actually removed are you on LinkedIn, Mohammed? Let me send you a connection request. So it's Mohammed. Oh yeah, we are on LinkedIn together. We are connected on LinkedIn. Yeah, I mean I'm not worried about it. Like like on LinkedIn I do just fine. Um Where's the nice, nice, nice. Um, do you use ClickUp, by the way? Do you have any of this project management stuff going on internally, or send emails to client? What is your tech stack? Do you use any project management tools or anything? What do you use? Do you use Notion? Do you use Airtable? Do you use anything to keep track of it? Okay, and so yeah, we were here, and so yeah, we want to add the column over here, which is the smart lead. No. It's the campaign URL. Campaign URL. Oh, it is here. Fine. So let's actually just run this, but let's make it simpler to go. And also, I should probably check what the errors were that it gave me yesterday so that we could just get rid of those errors and not have to deal with it. So the error came from HubSpot telling us that property options for campaigns, these labels are, oh, I got it. So is that the same error for everything that we're getting? So inside the campaign section, yeah, we keep getting the same thing. It keeps telling us that they're being duplicated. And I think I might know why. It would have to be untitled, I think it's called. Untitled campaign. Sample campaign. I have no idea why that's being weird like that. But that's why it's giving us an error saying that they must be unique. Oh, you know what? Let's ask ChatGPT, right? So this is if you're ever stuck, you don't know what to do, just ask ChatGPT, right? So we go here, ask ChatGPT, be like, "Yo, help a brother out. Um, where is the duplicate in this text?" Um, Absolutely. One-on-one call. David, hey, gotta go. No, I'll come back to some of your videos, especially the free forever auto. Absolutely, man. Yeah, it's a sick video, man. Tons and tons of automations. In the text you provided, there doesn't appear to be an exact duplicate entries in the list of options. Each option has unique labels and values. Um, okay, so it seems like the error that we're getting over here doesn't actually make sense. Um, and even then, the only reason why I'm even worrying about it right now on the stream is honestly it doesn't matter. So let's actually just get it done. So let's get it done. So the end rule is going to be, and the client ID is 7048. And so when we run this once, how many clients do I have currently? I've got two clients. And I don't really sell like that hard, to be honest. I'm just focused on improving my internal ops. If I can improve my internal operations and make them super easy and scalable, then I'm gonna go to market and start selling hard. Like if we were to look at the analytics dashboard that we're working on over here, this was this was in February. So you can see in February I was doing a lot of outreach, and then in the past few months, like I stopped doing outreach, and so right now I'm just focused on building internal ops. Once I've got strong enough ops where I'm working inside my goal, 2 to 5 hours per week. So 2 to 5 hours per week on client stuff, then I'm gonna just scale. Um, because that's going to be so easy to do, and I can deliver good results and not have to risk churn and all of that. Because if you scale too fast, if you scale too fast, you you open yourself up to getting overwhelmed and delivering poor results and then getting churn and all of that other stuff. So I don't want to do that. um actually I've already done that too, by the way. During this period where I was doing a lot of sales, I onboarded 3 clients in 2 days. Literally 2 days. Sell, sell, sell. 2 days, 3 clients, and instantly my model broke. I was wrecked, and so I had to offboard some of those clients. I had to be like, "Yo, let's pause this, and then we'll come back when the time is right." Um, right? It's wild. Because you want to deliver good results, but you don't want to you don't want and you don't want to be overwhelmed. So what were we on? Yeah. So this automation right here, it's firing off. It seems to have gone through. So I don't know if this is working, to be honest. Because I'm just gonna remove this filter, and then we're gonna save this. Um, okay, so we are we need to go to the campaigns. And when we go to the campaigns and we go to the analytics section, we're looking for the column which is campaign ID. It's overwhelming raising 9 figures. I can imagine, dude. I just have to find leads and people have to be like, "Yo, I'm interested." Um what is your price? Do you charge by performance, or um do you like charge a retainer or something like that? What am I looking at? I'm looking for URL. So URL, campaign URL. So did this add the URL? Okay, so there we go. That's all I wanted to add for now. So now we've got the campaign URLs from SmartLead, and they take us to the correct campaign. That's all we wanted, just a small little upgrade to the system, right? And so now when we go to the analytics dashboard, right, we've got the campaign URL, and then we can put that in this section over here. And so, okay, so this is going to be campaign analytics. And then I think we're going to want to sort it by the positive count. So the positive count, we want to see the one that has the highest positive count. We also want to see the we've got a system going on right now that allows us to see when the due date is. But I think for now we'll keep it like that. So depends on the pocket. If they got money, let's do. Yeah, yeah, it's tough, man. Sometimes people, I don't know. I've simplified my model because doing the performance thing, it's a hassle. um, so if it's deep, we go upfront fees and success fees. That's fire. What happens if I put a heart like 100%? Do you see that? I guess you probably do. Um, but that's sick, man. Finance. I would struggle. I'm not good with finance. Nice. I see it there. Okay. So we've got all the campaigns. we've got all the analytics telling us not started, completed, in progress, bounce, reply, positive. We've got it sorted by the highest first. The only thing that I might want to add is the copy so that we can see it here. Like this is, although, do we need that though? Because like we could just go here, we could just click it here, and then it takes us to the actual campaign. So I don't think we need anything more than that. And then we can see the smart lead status, which is great. One thing that I should probably add is a way to just like have a two-way sync. So when I move it from active to archive to any of these, like it two-way syncs and just changes that. That's not hard to do. So I don't see the reason for that right now. I just want an analytics dashboard that gives me information that I can leverage for shit. And so positive count, reply count, I mean, do we need anything else? I think this is good. Like, let's recap. So I wake up, the first thing in the day, I come in here, I check. All right, the timeline's looking good. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This client does not have enough positive replies. What's happening? What's happening? They don't have enough positive replies. I want to start to be able to see the emails sent in addition to that. And so we want to be able to see how many emails are being sent on a daily basis for each client. And how many replies. And so we would actually visualize that inside a line chart. The problem is show task changes over time. It shows the task changes. We want to do something better than that. We want to be able to see the emails sent. And then the other problem is that when you do a bar chart and you try to do the time functionality, it's not particularly great because it does the same thing, right? So time range, and then it's like, sorry, this year by date, and then let's do the client comms, I guess. Like, what is this going to show us as the actual time thing? What is it going to group it by? So we've got a bunch of things. Move to active status. So this is showing the changes. Is that what's happening? This is so weird. So, Mohammed, what are you working on? What do you want me to show you? Do you want me to go over anything in particular, or you're cool to just watch me work on this particular dashboard? So yeah, time, status type, tag, priority, drop down. So this bar chart, like I want to be able to see like how many emails I sent yesterday for this client, how many replies did we get? Like I want to basically take the Smart Lead Analytics dashboard and then bring it to Google Sheets. Sorry, bring it here. I'll watch just doing some scope of work to prevent. Nice, nice, nice. Um, so that's the question. How do we bring the Smart Lead Analytics dashboard and then bring it here? Right? That's what we need to solve for at this point. And we want to see, maybe we want to see the 7-day. No, it would certainly be that, but it's like, how do we visualize it? That would be the main thing, right? It's like, how do we visualize it? Because right here, we're able to see the positive replies, and this is visualized perfectly. Like, I don't think you can actually visualize positive replies better than this. Like, I would be shocked if someone could visualize positive replies that you can click into, you could see the email, and then you can click on this and go to the master inbox. And better yet, you might even be able to add further automations that allow you to reply from here. If somebody could do that, I'd be shocked. But that's what I kind of want. I just wanted something that is actually intuitive and it makes sense. Um, and so that's the hard part, figuring out like how do I get the reply count? Use ChatGPT and include keywords that refer to positive responses. Oh no, like let me clarify. What I want to do is grab this. So I basically want so we did campaigns in March. So let's do March to the whole March. No, 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 this is looking at the wrong thing. So let's go to the analytics. We basically want to do this. We want to take March and then we want to bring these stats inside ClickUp. So the way that they are laid out here inside ClickUp, inside Smart Lead, we want to bring them. We want to bring them to. Okay. So we've got them here. So this is what we want. We basically want this, but we want to see this across all of our clients simultaneously. Because the way that the global analytics dashboard works inside Smart Lead at the moment is not super helpful for someone that's managing multiple multiple like this is what the global analytics looks like, right? So we've got a bunch of campaigns, right? You can choose campaigns, you can also choose clients, but it's the same, right? And so I basically want to be able to see this data in one page for all my clients at the same exact time. At the exact same time. I want to see this chart that shows the replies, the bounced by the dates at the exact same time for all clients. Just like this, right? Where we're able to see all of the positive replies here. I have a few ideas. The only concern is just that. And it's the problem is with how I'm dumb. The only problem is it's funny because if you told me to do anything finance related, I would just be I would be sitting there being like, I don't know what I'm doing here. So yeah, the way that this is structured just makes it really hard to actually get anything done. Right? It makes it really hard to simply visualize that. It's possible in Google Sheets though. Inside Google Sheets, it's possible. We can create a Google Sheets analytics dashboard that gives us the data in a visual graph and potentially forecast it into the future as well. And then we can have that be across all of our clients simultaneously. And then we can plop it here. And so why would I want to do that? I would want to do that for the reply rates tracking, the bounce rates tracking. Yeah. I basically just want to see a trend of like all I care about is being able to see that we're sending the emails that we need to be sending for the client. All right. I think I got something over here. So we've got completed bounce reply positive. A trailing 14-day analytics dashboard. Trailing 14-day analytics dashboard. Yeah, I think the sheets thing. The sheets thing makes sense. How does it work to share? So copy link. If I were to put it in the master dashboard and add this and make this embed, we're able to add a Google Sheets type form. And then I think this is not going to work because it needs to be public, right? Oh, it works. Okay. So there's a lot that is considered here. And basically, I just want to be able to see. We'll put some sample data here. So we'll duplicate this, and then we'll put client 1, clients, and then we'll put. But like, I want to be able to see. Actually, okay, so we put Jan 1, Jan 1. Okay, let's do like March. Mar 1. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, so we've got March 1, and then we've got March 2. March 2. Oh, yeah. Maybe we would actually transpose this over here. So how do you do this? I'm forgetting how to transpose something. I don't think it matters. I'm just gonna restart it. So Mar 1, Mar 2, Mar 3, Mar 4, and then we do this, and then boom. Okay. And so this would be a client, and it would have the client ID. So the client ID would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this would be for a specific client. So this is going to be called campaign analytics. And then during the client onboarding experience, we simply add a brand new sheet with the client over here. we add a new date over here, which is the date of the addition. And then over here, we want to track the reply rates. So reply rate, sorry, what does Smartly track? So Smartly tracks the sent count. So we want to track the sent count, reply count, and then we want to track the bounce count, and then we want to track so this is going to take a lot of operations to start, but other than that, it's going to be just fine. And then honestly, like, we can track the open count if we just because we could just have it here. And then what was that other one over here? The clicked count. We're literally never going to use that. But it's fine. And then we can have the client name over here. So client name, which in this case is going to be a Fonto. And the sent count, the reply count, the bounce count, the open count, the click count. Right? That's what it is, right? Like, you can hear that. That's hilarious. There is a baby crying in the background, and I was like, they gotta be quiet. If I hear that again, I'm gonna go back and be like, yo, shut up. That's funny. I didn't realize you guys can hear it like that. But okay, so we've got the sent count, we've got the reply count, we've got the bounce count, open count, click count. And so we're actually able to start tracking this. So we can say like 1,200. And then and then we've got this. Okay, so boom, 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 boom. All right, I'm gonna be back. Yeah, bro, this guy has no chill, just wants to cry all day. Okay, so sent count, reply count. Honestly, I think this is simple to do, right? As far as automations wise. What is your my desktop setup? Just a laptop. I've got a laptop and then I've got a monitor. That's it. Don't have anything other than that. So sent count, reply count, bounce count, open count, click count, and then we've got the clients over here. So this is one client, another client, another client, and then the first one is when we onboard them. So we've got all of the analytics being tracked inside this Google Doc, Google Sheets, and then what we want to use this for is analytics, right? So let's get to the fun part. And so we're going to do this, and then this is going to be 0, this is going to be 0, this is going to be 0, and this is going to be 0. And then boom, that's also accurate. And then we're going to duplicate this, and this one is going to be 2, 3, 4, 5, just like this. And then I'm going to make this be 1,131, and then this one's going to be 1,500, and then 400, and then 750. And then this one's going to be 78, 32, 45, 65. Okay. And then this one is going to be, we don't want to have something crazy like that. And then boom. And then 104. And then boom. Okay, so we've got some working. Now what I want to do is data. So insert charts. And so this is going to be the chart for data. I wonder, is there a way to publish a chart? So if I publish a chart, I can get an embed link. Oh, this is going to be so sick. Oh, I didn't even think about this. So it solves the fact that, okay. Okay, so all right, so actually this is going to be amazing. All right, so let's start to visualize the data. So edit the chart. We're going to make this. How do we do this? How do we make it go for every single sheet? Is that a thing? Like, can you do that? I'm pretty sure you can. You can make it go for everything. This seems to be working. So we've got a Fonto. And then over here, we're going to change it to Google. Okay, but like, is that everybody or what? So add series. Select all ranges. So inside Google Sheets, data chart. How can I input all sheets? To use data from multiple sheets in a single chart, you can directly input data. So create a master sheet, new sheet within Google Sheets document where you will consolidate, import data. Oh, is that what you need to do? That's not fun. So update references if your data is original changes. But let's see, maybe this is just a good starting point. So this is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 4, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then save this and then click OK. Invalid range. I'm based in Canada. So that's Winnipeg, Manitoba. That's where I'm based out of. Or do I have to do it like this? So it's like the way they got it over here. So Google cent count. Oh, also it just didn't give the right stuff. Set enter valid range. So this does not work, which sucks. Okay. So I'm not sure how it works then. Create the chart once you have the combined data set. Okay, let's actually just do this. Uh, Google Sheets, use one chart. Data, because we want to make this data chart dynamic, and we want to make it work across everything. So how to link data between sheets, combine, how to make a chart from multiple sheets. Pivot table. So you finance guys don't use Google Sheets. I thought you might know how to do this. Enter the data, create initial chart. Don't you need to use a lot of Google Sheets in fundraising? But I want to include all of these. You don't get your hands dirty, just get somebody to do it for you. That's funny. Shoot. So how to create a chart with multiple ranges of data. Right, but it's not ranges. We want to get different sheets. So why are you watching this video? Is it to learn how to get better with automations, or what's the reason? How to link data between sheets. And by I don't know so no man. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, so actually I think we might be able to just do it like this, right? And then add another range and then do it like this. Okay, so it's not going to be dynamic. If we do it like this, we get all of these. What happens if I just do it like this? I copy this. That works. Okay, so that worked. Nothing, just have this video opened while working. Nice, that's fun. Okay, so the data range is this, and then the x-axis. So we're going to remove this. And stacking, we want to stack it to be standard. Yeah, that's weird. What if we do it like this? Does this now give me some useful things to consider? The headers are all messed up. Absolutely, man. Yeah, I mean, it will break. It's just a matter of figuring out like how to not make it break. Um, but hey, man, I appreciate you joining and working with me. I wish you a good night, man. Bye bye. Bye, Mohammed. Um, one row required. Oh my God, there we go. That was being weird. I needed to set that setting on. Okay, so I've got it now. So x-axis is not this, and it's also not March. Oh, actually, x-axis is all of these. The series is. Oh my God. There we go. So that's better. Cent count. So what are these 2000s? Is that what's happening? We got 7,000. Maybe we can have a different type of chart. Yeah. Oh, there we go. I'm crazy. We don't want to aggregate it. Okay. So what does that actually mean? If we do it like this, then we basically want to get another client, but it's like there's another client over here. Aggregate. Yeah, no, but like we're not able to have multiple x-axes. So we need to have I do like the stacked column chart like this, but this is only showing for one client, right? And so we basically want to split them up so that we can see them individually. And so like over here, we are able to see the positive replies by the date that the leads come through. So over here, we can see the positive replies by the different clients. And we've got one client over here, got another client over here, another client over here, another client over here, another client. And we basically just want to replicate that. But we want to track other things such as the reply count, like this, right? We want to see how many emails are being sent, and then from those emails we want to see the bounce counts and the reply counts. But the reason why we're not doing it within SmartLead is because, for example, if you were to go to the filter, you're able to filter it by your individual clients, or you're able to filter it by your individual campaigns. But what you're not able to do is see all of the campaigns, all of the client analytics in one visual thing. That's all we want to do. We just want to get all of the campaigns and all of the clients in one visual thing. And we're leaning towards going with sheets. And by the way, when we publish this chart or link, entire document, I can get all the client's name imported into ClickUp from SmartLead, but I don't get an option to select the company name or industry. All the client names imported into ClickUp from SmartLead, but I don't get an option to select client's company name or industry. You do get to do that. So if you set up your ClickUp clients, they have name. They don't have an industry though, so that's something that you would have to set up um, from within SmartLead. And so over here, we've got the client access, and you can see the client name, but you can also see the company name. And so from this information, we're actually able to access it from the API, and then we're able to add it to the analytics dashboard. And by the way, on afonto.com/automations, we do have a client database, so Smart Lead client database. We do have that. This is going to Google Sheets, right? But we have a way for you to you can easily just switch it to ClickUp. And by the way, just to let you know how I do things internally, I don't actually use the client database or anything like that. I go through the onboarding process. And so if you were to go on this website and go to the bottom of the page, there's Smart Lead client onboarding SOPs. This is something that you might want to check out. I create the client tasks from within ClickUp. So this is the clients section over here. And so with those clients, we're able to go through these different statuses, right? So they're new, we create an onboarding doc, purchase the domains, go through all of these steps, and then finally, when we move them to actually when the task is created at the very beginning, we also add them to Smart Lead. But at this point, you can probably create the industries and do all of that other stuff. So this video right here, watch that, as it's going to just give you all the answers for that. So it's called uh Smart Lead SOPs, how I automated my Smart Lead SOPs. Actually, there's a different one that you can consider. It's called, I onboarded 2 clients yesterday using this automated workflow in Smart Lead in ClickUp. I onboarded 2 clients yesterday. Check that one out. I think it might answer your question. So back to the analytics. We just want to visualize this. And honestly, okay, so we grab this embed code, right? Let's add a card, and this card, have it be an embed HTML, and then boom, add the card. And so this is going to tell us the cent count by the client. This looks ugly, but it doesn't matter. We just want to be able to see the analytics. Oh, we can also see this. Oh, so this is better. We can actually see like the analytics as they go through. I like this. Is there any benefit to doing it inside here as opposed to doing it? Because in order for us to get the March 1, March 2, March 3, March 3, and do that within ClickUp, in order for us to do it within ClickUp, we would have to have due dates or custom fields. But we would not be able to visualize it. Yeah, Google Sheets is the way to go. So with Google Sheets, we can do a lot of things. So boom, we just want to visualize it. So let's figure this out. So it's done, man. It's literally done. We just need to figure out how to set this up. So stacked column. Is there no way to just like, oh, I'm remembering something, and I've done this before, but I'm not remembering how it's done. Insert timeline. Is it timeline chart? Is it timeline? I think it might be, but like it should just be chart. Fuck it. I'm pretty sure it's just because timeline. Oh wait, this might be it. Sheet with the date. So boom, we want that. So this is the timeline. Card title. Cent count. Condensed by days. But then the problem is like, what's going on? So settings, card color, no option. Card detail, also no option. And then card group. This is what we're looking for. Wait, yes, this is what we're looking for. So This again is going to help us visualize the data similar to how we've got it here. So we're checking the positive replies by the client. We're able to see that here. We basically just want to replicate that, but ensure that we can see the sent count and all of that other stuff. So we've already got the time. So end date or duration. Yeah, that would be in the Yafonto. Although this does not seem to be the right place. This does not seem to be the right place to go. Optional fields, card group. We don't need this. We also don't need this. Card title. Realizing that we might be able to make it actually simpler. Client ID, client name. If we were to do it like this and then do 1048, and this is Noel, this is Noel, and this is Bruce, and this is Bruce. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so when we do this, right, we go 1, 2, 3, 4. When we do this, we're able to actually click on this and then insert a chart. And then this is able to be a column chart. And the x-axis can become the client name. No, we want a date. We want the date. So the x-axis is the date. Aggregate it. And then client name is the label. Okay, so we actually don't even want this over here. Okay. How do I? Okay, so this is good. How do I? So label. How do I split these by the client? Use row 1 as headers. This is interesting. To be honest, a timeline seems to make sense. It's just, how do we visualize it with actual like graphs? Okay. So we've got the clients. We're on to we're moving. Okay. We're making some progress here. We're making some progress here. But then the question is like, what the hell is going on? Like, this is not giving us the charts and graphs that we want. But at the very least, it seems interesting, right? Okay, so this is interesting. Now, is there a way to do more than this? You could put like reply count, right? So like in the card detail, you could put reply count. And then over here, you can actually do like March 1st. And over here, you could do March 2nd. So we're able to see how many we sent, along with how many are replied. Okay. Card color. Let's just do this. Let's grab this. And then from here, yeah, I don't know why we're doing it one by one. Let's do this. Because the problem with the chart, groups, data. Oh, there you go. I think this might be the one. Stacked bar chart. But isn't that what we already have? Yeah, it needs to be stacked, right? But like, how can we stack it? Right, like how can we do that? Have multiple clients in the same exact view. I mean, alternatively, we are able to have multiple charts for just the cent count. So this would be a column. The x-axis would be the client name. Actually, no, the x-axis would be a Fonto. Cent count. Yeah, I'm just not skilled enough to know how to use this thing. Maybe you can have a table chart. Is this even useful the way that it's laid out like this? Like when we go back to the beginning, it's to help us know which client needs our attention. So it needs to be useful in the way that it's laid out. I mean, we are actually able to do that. Right, have A, B, C. We are able to do this. So the group is the client name. So I would rather have it be like this. So how do we do this? But the problem with doing it like this, we don't get the date. We don't get the date if we do it like that. So I actually like the way that it's set up like this. Now Google Sheets. Similar. Timeline view. Yeah, we actually want to visualize it. We want to visualize it. We don't want to. What's a pivot table, anyways? So a pivot table has rows. The rows are the client name. The columns are the cent count. Wait a minute. Is this what I'm looking for? Cent count. And then the columns, instead of being cent count, the columns are the dates. So Afonto, which is March 1. Did we find it out by mistake? I think we did. Which is that's that, right? We want to see the pivots, the tables, show totals. It's the cent count, but we also want to see the reply count. How does this affect the chart? Okay, so we were able to do that. I mean, this is actually accurate. Row, column. This is going to be bounce, right? Honestly, I think that's it. We just want to see the reply count, and we want to see it across the clients. And so what is this right here? Is this just no client? Oh yeah, yeah. It's the ones that don't have a or something. Let's remove everything after this right here. Yeah, let's remove this. Okay. Okay, it's gone. So we go to the pivot table, and then we've got client names, show totals. Don't know why we're seeing. Anyways, we basically just need to turn this into a chart. Right, so sent count, reply count. We could see that here. Whoa, it just goes to a different page. Okay, well, this is accurate. This is good. But really the main thing I want to do is I want to be able to visualize it inside. Um, the main thing I want to be able to do is visualize it inside a chart. So let's try again. Insert. So pivot table is good. It's not perfect. And then we've got x-axis, got label, and then series. And we've got stacking. Okay. This seems to be like for cent count. So like cent count, and then this is client 1, client 2, client 3. And then on the next day, we check cent count for client 1, client 2, client 3. And so that's really the main thing. I don't really care too much about anything other than cent count. I just want to know that we are sending emails when we need to be sending emails, right? I don't care much about anything else. And so cent count is the main thing. Bounce count, tracking all of that stuff is great, but not necessarily what we need. Because like if we go to my analytics dashboard, we see the positive count. So like like we've got that, right? And we can see that across all clients. And so the only thing at this point that matters is making sure that actually maybe we might want to track reply count in addition to the sent count, but maybe there's something we can do about that, right? Because everything else is great. Now all we need to do is ensure that we are sending emails. We're sending enough emails on a daily basis, right? And so looking back at this, I think it might be possible. So if we're able to actually like use these stacked charts and work with them. So anyways, let's do date, and then ABC is going to be client names, right? So we go in here. We're going to delete this for now. Actually, let's go ahead and duplicate this so that we can work inside this section over here. And so this is going to be date, and then client 1, and then client 2, and then client 3, and then client 4. Honestly, we don't even need anything else here. And we also don't need this. Okay. And so we've got this. March 1. Boom. Similar to how they did it. So let's just replicate what they've got first, and then let's worry about anything else. And so what they have is a stacked column chart, right? And the series, they don't have this. And then they have it grouped. So use row 1 as headers. Yeah, they've got the headers. Column B as labels. Headers? No. And then, according to how they got it set up, okay, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. All right, so back to this. Accept all cookies. How they've got it set up, but I can only see doing this way. They've got the clients. So we go here. Is the label, like, I just want to know how are they use, like, how do they do that? Oh, the stacking is none. That's how they got it set up. And then this is that. And then this one is going to be this. We'll do it like this. And then we'll do this. 746. And then finally we'll do this. And then we'll do this. And then we'll do this. But this time around, they're going to be at 900. So boom. So we've got one client over here, another client over there, and then boom. And then we grab this, implement it here, implement it here, implement it here. And then, so that's the series. We've got client 1, client 2, client 3. And then the x-axis is going to be the date. So on March 1, client 1 is getting this. Another client is getting this. Another client is getting this. And then another client's getting this. Another client's getting this. Blah, 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 blah. And so this is obviously like great because we can have our clients popping up like this. We can have our clients popping up like this. Wait, so the number is based on the series. So the x-axis is that, and then that's that. I don't like the column chart. And also, why do they look like that? Oh, I see why. It's because the dates are all messed up. So these should be March 2, March 3, and then March 4, right? So it's the dates are all messed up. So this is the cent count that we're tracking over here. So we need to edit this chart. Aggregate. We don't want this. An actual column chart. Right? We actually want this. And by the way, March 1st, fry. Is there a way we can let's format this in a different way? So let's format this in a way that tells us which day this is. So format the number, the date. I just want to see like Friday. Yeah, so Tuesday. Right, but we don't want the year. And the month, honestly, this is fine. Yeah, so format back again to the date. Format the date. What's going on? Am I lost? Oh yeah, it's number. And then custom date and time. We want to remove the comma. And then we want to see this. Oh, okay, I got it. So we just want to replicate that again. So go back, and then this, we just want to do that. And then I think that's fine. So Friday, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, right? And then we want to add a filter to this. So the filter is going to be filter by condition. Date is after. Value. Formula. I don't even know, man. This is weird. So we go here. Is this gonna even work? Yeah, no, that's weird. Date is after. Okay, so for now we'll just do it like that. But the idea is that we're going to be filtering for the past 7 or so days. And so is this actually useful? We've got 1, 2. Well, it's skipping days. So here's what we need to do. Sunday. We're typically not sending anything on Sundays across and Saturdays, right? And that's like this as well. So boom. The first filter is there a way to make this chart reflect that? Not really, huh? Let's see, filter does not. Honestly, we would not normally just not even add that. Okay. It says that it's excluded, but I still see it here. Include hidden or filtered data. Well, like, yeah, I'm cool with not having that. Okay, so let's remove this. Let the x-axis be the date. All right. What happens if you aggregate it? What happens if you don't? Oh, okay, I see it. So you're summing all of the client ones on that particular date. So it doesn't actually make a difference. Date is before. Date is after. Okay. Google. So does this work? Create a date. No, it would be in Stack Overflow. So inside here, and then the range. So boom, the range. Okay, but like, yeah, so the range, bro, let me work. So the range is gonna be this. And then oh, actually, it would just be this. What is this? AA. What would this be called? Yeah, so it's just AA. Date is after. All right. Maybe this is going to solve it for us. So I've basically got the right idea. I'm just missing something over here. So filter by condition, date is after, exact date. Oh, I might actually just need to do this. Oh, and also, maybe I don't even need to do this. Maybe I just need to do this actually. Or date is after today plus 1. What the hell? Minus 1. 1,000,000,000 equals. Okay, this worked. Let's do plus. Okay, so this is the actual thing. Fuck, dude. Okay, so it's within the last 14 days. And then we also exclude out of office, and then we add a row here, a row here, a row here. And boom. And so that's about it. Um, this is the cent count. What happens if I do this and then insert 12 below and then I add these and then this right here, so this chart is supposed to be for the entire sheet right here, right? And so with that in mind, it just sums these up together, right? This would get the average. This gets the sum. And so is there a way where we can get the stacking? That's basically what I want to do. I want to column chart client 1, stacked column chart. No, this is definitely the way to go. It just kind of sucks that I'm not able to fine. I think we're just gonna leave it the way it is. Okay. Cool. So Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays, Monday, Tuesday. And then So if I offboard a client or do something of that nature, do I just remove this? Mm. Okay. So I think this makes sense. I'm not a super fan of how I've built this. Therefore, I'm probably gonna be revamping this. This one was interesting, but it's just not very useful. And this one is also pretty cool, but I don't like how it's like how I just can't really like visualize it with the chart. Wait a minute. What is this? Sorry, no, x-axis would be the column. We would want to be able to see. This is weird. Let's do it. Let's try again. So chart. No. This is not gonna be good. So we're just gonna delete this. We're gonna delete all of these. Okay. So we've got the sent count for all clients simultaneously over the past 14 days. This is what we've sent for all clients. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. This is email sent per client. So is this actually useful though? What more can we do with this chart? Stacking, data range, the date. This is some. Switch rows. Include hidden filtered data. Okay. Axiformum. And so, is that even a thing? I don't think so. We'll just leave it the way it is then. Maximize? No. 3D? How does this look inside here? This is not 3D. So let's not do that. Compare mode. I've never actually like customized Google Sheets thing. Trend line. That's kind of interesting. Allowing us to see linear. I would want to see it be, yeah, like polymetrical. And then I also do want to see the labels. Error bars? No. Like just very briefly, right? Maybe 20%. And for us to be able to see that. I mean, this says that it's going up. To me, it seems like it's going down. So let's actually see this again. Yeah, the blue should be going like not like that. Yeah. And also, it seems like it's going to be. Maybe we do it like this. And then have a 10. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it really matters, to be honest. And then legend. No, we don't want it to be. So series, we don't want it to be 50%. We want it to be like 20% or like 10%, really. And then legend. Okay. So we grab this. We're going to delete both of these. And then we're going to add the embed link. Oh, that's the only problem. Is that does putting it as a custom embed change things? Embed, custom embed HTML, boom, add card. I just want to see if it does not seem like it will. Nor do I think it matters. So emails sent by client. I'm able to see that. So the date, we can see the emails that we sent. And then obviously I can add another client. So let's add and so like what I would be doing on a ongoing basis is just adding new clients. So I think I'm gonna have to put the chart somewhere else. Don't love that it's here. And so does this update the chart? Or I need to add the series here. I don't know, man. So I basically need to automate that. And the whole point is to be able to see the emails sent And so does that actually change the thing? Why is it being all weird? Is this not the same? It is. The question is, what does it take for it to change? Still looks the same. Okay. And also, this does not need to be this long. Though it can be this long. It just does not need to be. So this does not seem to be very intuitive. It seems to crash quite a bit. And I mean not crash, but like um just not update in real time essentially. Well, or maybe it just takes time. Maybe that's what it is. And so I can see how many emails were sent for this client. That's really all I want, to just be able to see how many clients, to be able to see like the things. Okay. So email sent by client per client. Let's go ahead and copy the chart. Boom. This looks great. And so this is the email sent. We're going to make this darker. Boom. Yeah, like you see, like this does not update automatically, which is the only problem with the way it's set up. Um yeah, it doesn't update automatically. But anyways, I think this is good. We're going to use this for sure, right? To be able to see like we're going to be able to use this for sure. Now, what we want to do there's a few things we want to do. One, we want to make it dynamic. Why did that one just go away? We want to make it dynamic to ensure that yeah, this is weird. Okay, so we want to make it dynamic. Okay, yeah, we're not going to use this. Bye. We want to make it dynamic to ensure that our clients are only here if they're like active. So we basically have to filter out columns. So inside this section over here, let's delete this chart. Let's say that client 3 has 0 cent all the way. Right, like we've just got 0 cent over here. How does this reflect on the right? We should basically hide this column. It's a good question. So do we freaking, if this person is inactive, what do we do about that? We can hide the column, but we don't want to constantly. Oh, okay. Well, because of the way it's set up at the moment, actually, it's fine. So when someone gets deactivated, we just add a field that hides the column. We just add an automation that hides the column. Okay. So let's recap. We've got this dashboard. We've got the tasks. We are able to keep up with the tasks and the due date and the statuses. We're able to keep track of that. When smart lead campaigns have less than 500 leads, we're able to keep track of that as well. And then we're able to know which campaigns we need to add leads to. And then we're able to register domains, keep track of the domains. We're able to keep track of the communication that we need to have with our clients. And then we have this agency playbook, which is one of the lists of things that we need to do. And then we're able to track the sales funnel and the leads transferred over to the client. We're able to track the campaign analytics in a table view that looks something like this. And then we're able to track the email sent per client on a day like this. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all the way up until like the past 14 days. All of this stuff works except for this. So let me go take a quick 3-5 minute break, and then I'll be right back, and then we'll finish this this Google Sheets section. And we'll finish this Google Sheets section. And then I think everything else is fine. So I'll be right back. Hmm. Just need some carbs, man. Hmm. It's so much harder to work and talk for hours. But I actually kind of like this. I'm not gonna lie. It just kind of forces you to just be on task the whole time. But I'm also seeing that 5 hour clock ticking, and it's making me realize, damn, bro, this stuff takes time. Like I've been relatively focused for the full duration of time, but it's like, God, this is time, man. This takes time. Which is hilarious. So we're gonna work on this and then we're gonna be done. This is the last thing we're gonna work on today. Can we close all tabs? No. All right. So we basically need to go to the campaign. And then from here, we're gonna do a few things. As we're getting the campaigns, we should add a router just to ensure that it's easy to add things in the future. We want to add the date, essentially, right? So we want to go to ClickUp. Want to go to Sheets. Honestly, do we even want to do it from here? Okay, let's refresh this right here. I'll be right back. 1 second. I'm wondering whether I should have it be here or whether, and I think I'm going to get the answer shortly. So the answer is going to depend on when we get the analytics. So when we get the analytics over here, we basically get all-time analytics. We're not filtering it any further than that. So there you go. There's the answer for you. Are we doing any of that fancy stuff? Okay. So let's save this. Let's go back. Let's go ahead and clone this. And then we're going to call this Smart Lead and Google Sheets. It's a good point. We're going to call this campaign trends. So go back to sheet. I'm going to call this boom. How do you 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 is there a way to change the like from client one text label auto default value? So the question is, there is a way to actually do that, right? So client one, you could do a fonto, but how do we do that dynamically, right? Right? How do we do that dynamically? I think it would be in the series, right? Format data point. No, that's the only question I have. Like, how do you do this? Huh? Because what does it do here? It still looks normal. It's just the way that it's customized. Oh, wait a minute. I saw what happened. No, never mind. I didn't see what happened. One second. Let me figure out what's happening here. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna try to automate this. This is just more complicated than it's worth. And so inside the dashboard, am I able to? Yeah, I like these, but how? Alternatively, you could have something like this. That's not gonna work. But like, how do you do that though? Use row one as headers. Google Sheets. How to set a different header name. Nah, I ain't going. I'm not about to do that. Because the way it's gonna be is like just like 7048. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? Like that's how we're gonna be able to find the columns easily. But what we don't want is having that affect the actual chart. Maybe it's fine if it does, to be honest. Just as long as we change that. But then it's like also like when we're looking at the data ourselves, how easy is it to see? Now, what if I did this? Ah, man, this is, as you can tell, I'm not a Sheets dude. I have no idea how Sheets works. So I'm just trying to take my best guesses. How does this look? What happens if you do this? I mean, this seems to be different than the way that we previously had it, which was just a custom embed. Oh, you know what it is? It's because we increased the height of this thing. We were trying to be fancy and things. And so the question is, will these update with us? Who knows, man? Like this thing, it seems like it does not update in real time, right? So I think it updates with a slight delay, right? So like if I were to add the card again and this time around we use a custom embed, I think this time it should work. It's still loading, I guess. All right, I think this is fine. So we can have the numbers over there. And then we have the different clients. So back to the automation. So this is, did I already duplicate this? Right, I did. So this is the add campaign analytics to trend. So we don't need this, 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 we don't need this. We don't need any of these. So don't need the HubSpot. And then notify in Slack. We don't need this as well. And then randomize, we also don't need this. And then 5-sec delay, that's fine. We don't need this. We don't need this. And then boom. Okay. So get all campaigns, iterate through the campaigns, get the analytics for these campaigns. But we want to do it by the time. API.smartlead. By date range. This is what the one that we want. We're gonna save it for now because I don't want to have to retype all of this. I just don't. So we're gonna find one that we've already typed these things in. And so the one that comes to mind where we typed in the campaign analytics dates is the report. It's in the archive section. And it's in step 1. And then campaign ID. So we get the campaigns IDs, and then we get the analytics. For 1 day ago. So mine is 1 day ago. All the way up until right now. So are these working? Yeah, we've got the campaigns. And client ID equal to 7048. I'm getting tired. I'm starting to get really tired. And then we get the analytics from the top there. And so now we want to aggregate all of that. And we literally just want a numeric aggregator. That's about it. So numeric aggregator. And then we just want to sum up. We want to do a sum. So get analytics. Yeah. And then we want to do a sum of the cent count. Right? All right. Add them all together. Once you add them all together, we're then ready to send it to Sheets. Yeah, you want to also group it, right? You want to group it by the client ID. Is that even going to work though? I don't know. So we iterate through that. I think the 5-second delay is actually useful, but I don't think it's useful right now. So not all of these are actually like Right. Yeah, so we actually want to get this from the iterator. Which is going to have the campaigns. We want to get that from here. You know what we need to do? We need to add another module over here. And this needs to be a ClickUp module. Which again, we're not gonna do our own. Okay. So ClickUp. We're gonna find the clients. We're gonna look for the ones that are active. I'm gonna limit this to being 1 so that we can only stick to myself, and then we're gonna run this module only. And then boom, we're gonna get all of these. We've got myself, and then we're gonna search for the clients, all of the campaigns, and then iterate through all the campaigns. And then the client ID, we're going to ensure that the client ID we're going to make sure that the client ID is the same one as this one over here. So just like that, we can filter it. And then let me make this a 1 second. Yeah, this is good. This is good. We just want to make sure that the campaign actually exists. So updated at campaign name exists, which I don't think it really matters, to be honest. I'm going to save this in case something goes wrong. Then I'm going to delete this module, and now we're good. So we get the analytics, and then this. I don't even think we need to actually group it. Actually, we do want to group it. And then maybe we do the iterator. And then the analytics, let's just make it 100 days, 1,000 days, so that it's accurate. And so we go through all of these different campaigns, and then we get one number. This number is going to be the sum of all the campaigns that we've got. It says 0. Right? Bundle 2. Actually, it's fine if we check for that. Okay, so when we check this, oh, I get it. So that's why. Do we have anything sent within the past 30 days? We just want to see like literally like one. Fine. We'll do this. Add days minus 60. And then this is minus 88. And so this should give us some numbers at least. At least I think so, right? So boom, we got 2. That's all we need. That's all we need. And so at this point, we need to search for the sheets. And then we need to search for column. Okay, fine. Search for row. And the rows that we're the row that we're searching for is inside the campaign trends table. Set count. And then we're looking for date. Is that even a thing? Like, what is it? Obviously, it's going to be like, no, there's nothing. But what if I add, what if I make this over here as the 6th, right? Does it show me something now? The question, though, to be honest, is how is now display? Actually, I think I know how now is displayed. Okay, so we need to add a format to this. When we look at this, Need date time tokens. We want to see months. DDD. Quadruple D. And then from there, we put a comma, and then we get a 3-letter month. So this one right here. Three-letter month, and then is it comma separated? No. And then we get the day, right? So day of the month, which is just D. And it's boom. And then after this, you're good. And so now let's try it again. So do we have anything? All right. So the filter basically said A, Thursday, June 6th equal to case insensitive. We got it. Okay. And now we get Thursday. Okay, so we now need to put a router, and the router needs to say so now the router update a row. So this needs to update while the other one needs to add the row. So update a row. And this is the same sheet that we were just in. Basically just want to do this again. We want to plop that in here. Do we even need that, to be honest? Let's think about it. I don't know. So the row number is this. We don't really need to change the date. Yeah, like that's the only challenge. It's like how do we dynamically add the things to the correct client? Clear a cell, add a row, outdate a row. I got it. So we could do it like this. API, make an API call. I'm really tired right now. This is giving me a lot of things. Okay, this is also useless. Spreadsheet values, Sheets API, spreadsheet values. Yeah, pretty sure it's this. The only problem is I'm just so tired to like think. Google API 4. And this thing is not working with me. Whew. Then we want to put the spreadsheet ID. And so that's the thing. Oh man, I messed up with this one. This one's tough. Because there's no way to like just map it. Hmm. Well, technically, I mean, I'm thinking of some other ways, but and I think they might work. But the problem comes back to how do we add a column? Hmm. I got it. Yeah. No, I. This is definitely not the one. I think this one's gonna be useful. Okay, I think we're gonna just put this one on pause for now. I think we're gonna put this one on pause. Though that's figuratively. Like we're gonna figure it out another time. Um okay. For now we're just gonna add this, which is the set count to a Fonto. Sorry. total number of bundles equals 0. So if we have not worked on any of these bundles, sorry, if this does not exist, we create a new one. If it does exist, total number of bundles not equal to 0, right? And then let's put this as to do. So this one's just going to be to do. We're not going to have time to finish it. And then I need to take a nap. So boom. This should add a brand new row with our date today over here. It updated a row. Right. The reason it updated the row is because we've got a different date over here. So I think this is good. So what this means is if we had other clients, we would be able to get this shit. We would be able to get this rolling. And then let's put client 2. Yeah, I have to think about this another time. Client 4. So we've got all of this. Boom. We can save this. Or we could go to the dashboard over here. And we can technically add like one more. So we will add one more over here. And this is going to be on the 29th. All right. And then grab this. This is literally just for show. Just to show like what the dashboard's actually going to look like. And then let's do a final recap, and then let's end this. And then let's go take a quick nap, and then let's come back and make another YouTube video. Awesome. Thursday, June 6th. Is it not showing all of them? February 29th is not being shown. Yeah, so it's accurate. It just doesn't. All right, that's everything. So as a recap, this is what we've built today. We've built a lot. The main thing here is the campaign stats. So ensuring that we are creating campaigns and we can track that they're being created. We're able to track all of the statuses for the campaigns. We're checking that the leads are inside the campaigns. We've got domain tasks. We've got registered domains. And then we've got emails that we're sending to clients. And then we've got the playbooks that we can work on. And then we've got the sales funnel by the different clients. And then we've got campaign analytics that we can look at. And then this, which is the sent count, email sent by the client. And so that's everything. We're gonna end it here. I'm very, very tired. Hope this was useful to you guys. If you have any questions, just leave a comment down below, and I hope you're having a wonderful day. Cheers.